The button. There we are. We have a new system here. Yes, it's a button in front of you. They give you these 2 pens. They give you all these things. And it's like, how do I get this going?
How did you get pens?
Well, this is for this. All right. So it's 2 o'clock, and we will resume the March 22nd, 2022 regular council meeting. And the first item of business that we have is a motion to amend the agenda to add an item 16.2, I believe it is. So if somebody would like to make that motion, use your little button in front. The same one that I couldn't find. On your screen, on this thing. Okay, there. Councillor Abatoye has it. So Councillor Abatoye, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that council amend the March 2022 council in the following item under new business 16.2, change in council meeting time for April 12, 2022 regular council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any discussion and debate? No, it's just to amend the agenda. All right, so I'll close the motion using your e-scribe. Please cast your vote.
Mayor Katcher, I'm not getting the vote on my e-scribe. I vote in the affirmative and I'll reboot e-scribe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jennifer, you'll get that?
Your worship, just Councillor Abatoye.
She indicates she voted. It did not coming up. Okay. 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 Maybe if you can reboot your e-scribe as well as we're doing this. So that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item is approval of the minutes of March 8th, 2022. Councillor Macon.
I'll make the motion that we approve the minutes of the March 8th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes.
Thank you. Are there any errors or omissions? Okay, not seeing any. Nobody buzz in. All right, I'll close the motion on the March 8th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, I have no delegations that have registered. The first item that we have from Heartland Housing Foundation, city support for a ministerial order of amendment. We have Nancy Simmons. So if you'd like to come up to the front, we have 2 microphones, and what you can take the first. Whoever's speaking. All right. So for this purposes, when you're speaking, there's that little button in front, and that will make you live. I think you are live anyway. So with that, we do have 10 minutes. We're still getting used to some of the new technology here.
Mayor and your worship and councillors, my name is Mike Derbyshire. I'm the board chair of Heartland Housing Foundation, and with me today, of course, is our CEO, Nancy Simmons. We're here today for a very quick presentation to council to explain our request to amend our ministerial order, which requires council support from both yourselves and from Strathcona County Council. As you may already be aware, Heartland Housing Foundation is a housing management body which is an approved housing provider through a ministerial order as defined by the Minister of Alberta Seniors and Housing. When our three local housing management bodies amalgamated in 2013, our ministerial order was designed to have equal representation from both municipalities, Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County, and the community. In 2021, Heartland Housing Foundation recruited its first 2 community members, and we've quickly learned the value in having a larger board to help the organization move forward with its goals of leading affordable housing within our communities.
Heartland Housing Foundation has been strengthening our position to help deliver affordable housing solutions for the communities we serve, as well as working with local social support partners to collaborate in providing wraparound supports. A key factor in our success has been the role played by our expanded board. By increasing the depth of knowledge, experience, and expertise on our board with additional community members, we have seen the depth and quality of our collaborations regionally and provincially improve, allowing us to better serve Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County. As we look to the completion of our newest build here in Fort Saskatchewan, we anticipate significant demand for affordable units at Muriel Ross of Durham Court and recognize we are just getting started. This project will align with several of our strategic goals, including partnerships with Robin Hood Association, creating innovative housing solutions with net zero construction, and working with community partners to build awareness for their clients seeking affordable housing. But from what we are hearing from social service partners, the community will be looking forward to the next build as demand will likely be higher than what we can offer in this current project.
This is a really exciting problem to be presented with, and the board wants to ensure that we can support the development and growth of the organization within our board structure. This was recently confirmed as we were recruiting for new board members for a vacant community member position, and we were presented with incredibly strong community members seeking to join our board. Increased capacity at the board level will help us maintain the momentum in Heartland's growth potential, and ensure that we have the momentum we have seen in the last few years is not lost to attrition. In order to increase our board membership from 2 to 3 community members, we require support from both Strathcona County and the City of Fort Saskatchewan councils before we present a request for a ministerial order amendment to the Minister's Office. Through expanding the community capacity within our HHF board, you'll be supporting the ways in which Heartland Housing can respond to the growing demand for affordable housing within our communities and further support accessibility and diverse populations. I believe with this presentation package, administration has provided councillors with a suggested motion, as well as a draft letter of support that could be signed by Mayor Katcher if approved. Thank you. With that, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to bring this request forward and open the floor to any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, we will be discussing that after when we business as of the presentation. So that'll be after. So we'll deal with clarifying questions at this point in time. We have Councillor Kelly, and he is joining. Show up on your screen up there, but the camera when you're speaking for public is behind me. Okay. Sometimes we find everybody looks that way and we get the side of their face. So go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Katcher. This is a question of clarification. I believe I know the answer, but I want it for public record because I do think we have a miscommunication in the council package that was presented by administration. So my question is for clarification. The non-elected members will have equal voting rights. In other words, all board members of Heartland Housing, eventually, hopefully 7 of them, will have equal voting rights when it comes to budget, and more importantly, when it comes to selecting future representatives for the board that are not elected councillors. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Katcher to Councillor Kelly, yes, that's correct. All board members are equal once they're on the board.
And I would just like to draw my fellow councillors' attention to page 2 of the request for decision. Because the top paragraph, the final sentence, is a little bit confusing, and I asked that question to make the point that perhaps this is slightly inaccurate. It says, and 3 community board members appointed by the municipal appointees. That's really not correct. It's future board members, future community board members will be appointed by the board.
Through your worship to Councillor Cully, yes, that's correct. That is the intention, and that is in fact our practice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, do you have any concerns with it being, one of the things you said was equal representation? So right now we have 2 board members that are council from the fort, 2 that are council from Sherwood Park. I'm guessing, maybe making the wrong assumption, but you have 2 other community board members. Is one from Sherwood Park and one from Fort Saskatchewan?
So, through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, that's absolutely 100% correct. I'm from Sherwood Park, and the board member that we did select to fill the existing vacancy is from Fort Saskatchewan. But I want to emphasize, and we actually had a conversation about this at our most recent board meeting, good governance does not respect borders. We're focused, our number one priority is the governance of the organization, irrespective of where anybody comes from or what their supporting organization is. At the end of the day, our mission and our as governors and as directors of the organization is to ensure it's a fiduciary responsibility to ensure good governance of the organization and support its long-term goals and objectives. So I'm proud to say that once we get into our boardroom, at the end of the day, nobody's wearing a Fort Saskatchewan hat, nobody's wearing a Strathcona hat, we're all wearing Heartland Housing hats.
Well, and I guess in an ideal world, that's the way it should work. The problem is the world isn't always ideal. So, and I guess a separate question, but if someone's not doing that, I guess you can't ask council to step down, but as a board member could be asked to step down if they're looking like they're favoring one or the other?
Well, again, through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, that one of the principles that we're applying from the board, and part of the reason for the community members' involvement is to be able to have a certain amount of governance expertise on the board. So myself, as well as one of the other board members, have been certified as corporate directors through the Institute of Corporate Directors, and we're really focusing on good governance. And so I think Councillor Kelly and Councillor Abatoye, who also sit on our board, will attest. We strive to follow the principles of good governance, and the whole idea of favoring one municipality or another is absolutely foreign to any of the discussions that we have. We are accountable to both municipalities for our requisitions, and we come and make presentations around our budget in the fall. But those are really the only conversations that we have that are focused on individual municipalities. Nancy, did you want to add to that?
Yeah. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, I would also just add that our mandate is very strong and our vision for the organization is very strong, that we are looking to provide and be a leader in affordable housing for the communities we serve. And we've done some really important work to not necessarily have equal treatment in building capacity within both municipalities, but building where the need is. And I think that's proven in the work we've done here in Fort Saskatchewan, and where we're being driven to look at further development because we see there's an incredible need out here. And what I truly appreciate about the entire board is that there never is a conversation within our board if we're doing too much in one community versus the other, that we've created this equal treatment. So I appreciate the question.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Abatoye.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, both of you, and so good to see you again. And I couldn't have said what you just said better. I believe as a board member that we're all there to serve our communities. But to my question, I wanted you, and this is just to really emphasize the need to have that extra board position. I wanted to just speak a little bit about the competencies matrix, especially right now that's been required by the Alberta Senior Housing Corporation. And the reason I'm saying, I'm just going to say a little bit, the reason I'm asking this question is because even though you have council members, there are certain competencies that you need as a board, that you may be able to find that outside of, council. So just speak a little bit about that. Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Abatoye. That's a great point, and thank you so much for lobbing the softball for me. One of the great things about our board is that even when the two community members were recruited, myself being one of them and the other fellow, the board at the time, and through their leadership and wisdom, instituted a competency matrix, and they recruited for gaps. And one of the gaps that they identified was governance experience, and hopefully I'm able to fill that role moving forward. But as we aligned our vision and our mandate with what our board looks like right now, we also recognize some gaps in terms of technical expertise around building, engineering, land use, Indigenous representation, and those kinds of issues. So we actually recruited when we recruited to fill at least one vacancy. We were fortunate enough to have two members step forward, or two members of the community step forward, that filled a lot of the gaps that we were looking for. Now, moving forward, the government has mandated that all housing management boards in the province have to have a competency matrix process in place, and that all boards in the province have to have minimum qualifications for board members in these competencies moving forward. That's some work that's still ongoing. Both Nancy and I have been involved in discussions with the province around that, and we'll be coming back to both Fort Saskatchewan Council and Strathcona County Council in the fall around how councillors are actually selected for the housing management body moving forward, because it's going to have to change some of the considerations that are in effect when councillors are appointed, I think anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Harris?
Mr. Chair, question. Has your bylaws, or have your bylaws be amended, or will they be amended to provide a staggered term of office such that they're respecting the fact that we have a municipal election every 4 years, but we could turn over municipal representatives every organizational meeting? So some continuity in your board. How are you addressing the continuity from a board governance standpoint?
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris, that's a great question as well. And I was appointed in the fall of 2020, right? Seems so long ago. And so the most recent community member was just appointed at our last board meeting. And if we are fortunate enough to have our ministerial order amended, we would have another board member appointed at some point in the future, probably within the next 6 to 8 weeks or so, I'm hoping. So that brings some staggered expiration dates to the community members. Of course, with respect to councillors, we have no control over expiry dates. They're mandated through the provincial election laws. And so at least having the continuity at the board level from the community members' perspective gives us that continued experience to help the organization achieve its goals moving forward.
Good. Any consideration for the chair position always reverting to a public member as opposed to a member of elected office?
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris, that's not in our bylaws, and it's not it's something we haven't considered at this point, keeping in mind that we've only had community members for 14 months so far. And so we're learning and growing, and the board is developing and maturing. I can say that even on my time on the board, it's been a wonderful process, working with councillors in a very collaborative effort, and really aligning everybody behind the mission and the vision and the values of the organization moving forward. It's really refreshing to see, and I'm really proud to be a part of the organization in that respect.
Oh, that's great. Obviously, it's a maturing organization under your new format, obviously, considering the changes that have taken place in the last 3.5 years. So I'm sure that you guys will move forward. So, and I know our representatives to the board are very committed, and they're helping to move the needle, which is, I think, very good. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to check, Ms. Chapman. Councillor Kelly's was on and now it's off. Did you take it off, or was? Oh,
Mayor Catcher, that was myself. Mr. Abatoye addressed it very, very astutely, so I'm good. Thank you.
okay, thank you. We have somebody else running the ship at the back, so I wasn't sure. All right, thank you. Okay, that appears questions. Just clarifying though with what you talked about competencies and things, and maybe this will be just one of the questions. You're not looking at council members having to have competencies when it comes to being appointed to the board?
Your Worship, actually we are. And moving forward, the government has mandated that all Housing Management Board directors have at least minimum competencies. I would expect that anybody who's elected to council would have those competencies, but that work is still unfolding in the background at the provincial level. We're expected to see some guidance from them on the 1st of April, and we would be more than happy to engage administration and yourself in a conversation once we have that direction from the province moving forward.
Okay, you're going to take me into a second question then, because people are just elected from the general public. So what would those competencies look like? And what would happen if all of a sudden you had a bunch of new people and you said, geez, we don't think they have the competencies? Then what?
Well, first of all, Your Worship, the competencies are still up for discussion. And so all of the housing management bodies in Alberta at our last video conference call, there was over 120 in attendance, 120 people, not 120 housing management bodies. But there's significant discussion going on in the background around that very question. My understanding, at least at this point, and Nancy may have more to add, is that the competencies in and of themselves are, I'll choose my words carefully, are low enough that almost anybody could qualify. Now, that's not to say that they're not important competencies, but the reality is the province is trying to solve a problem that they don't truly fully appreciate yet, in my opinion. And so I'm not concerned at this point with somebody from this council or from Strathcona County Council not being able to address the competencies that the province is considering laying out. But it is something that we will not know until after April. And one of the outstanding action items from the conversation that we had just a few weeks ago with the ministry is exactly the piece that you just identified, how that competency piece is going to be communicated to councils and how, if any, changes need to be made to their selection process to appoint councillors to housing management bodies moving forward. It's a live question and it's happening all over the province right now.
Okay, and I guess I'd just say if you're having those conversations, it's also important that they understand that there is a need to be able to do rotation, to be able to give people an opportunity. So if you have a councillor sitting for 16 years or something, they're just because they've been there longer and longer, they're not automatically the persons. So
I couldn't agree more, Your Worship.
Okay. All right. Okay, there doesn't appear to be any other questions, so thank you very much for your presentation. So with that, I will have you take your leave to the back. We will be discussing the item in just a moment, so you can stay for that, and once it's finished, you're welcome to leave. Or stay if you like. So we will do business arising from the presentation, letter of support for the ministerial order. Mr. John Dance presenting.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. I am presenting this item as a follow-up to the previous item. The motion is before Council to support the addition of a community member to the Heartland Housing Board of Directors and provide a letter of support to the Minister of Alberta Seniors and Housing. And as Nancy had indicated, this item is also before Strathcona County this afternoon as well.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any further questions of Mr. Dance? If not, would somebody like to put the motion on? Councillor Abatoye, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I make a motion that Council approves the Heartland Housing Foundation Board membership in the matter of amending Ministerial Order H25/2012 to add an additional community member to the Board of Directors and revise. To kill the screen, okay. And revise the total board composition from 6 voting members to 7, and further that the mayor, on behalf of council, provide a letter from indicating the additional member and any changes required to the ministerial order to effect the change.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that motion. Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly support this motion. It was last month that we were interviewing for the new board members, and I was astonished by the quality of the people that we had to interview for these positions. And it's, as it's been said already, I'm talking about the competency matrix. I think the Heartland Housing Foundation has been a forward thinker in that even before the provincial governments required that all housing management bodies had the competency matrix, the organization already had that for its members. And I think that having this seventh member, especially because, this person helps fill that gap that we're looking for, especially when it comes to construction, and that's where we're at. That's where the organization is at right now. I think it just makes sense, and I also think that where the organization has come to at this point, making it really desirable for high quality candidates to be applying to be on the board is really a testament of the hard work of the board, both past and current, and of course the hardworking administration under the leadership of Nancy. So I think the board needs this, and I think that it will be important for the city of Fort Saskatchewan to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now open for discussion and debate. I have Councillor Kelly first.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. I would wholeheartedly endorse everything that Councillor Abatoye just spoke to. I would address some of the questions that were appropriately raised in the question period. Councillor Harris and the continuity, the appointments for non-elected officials are 2-year terms that overlap the election cycle, so that there should be, and we anticipate there will be, ongoing continuity regardless of what happens in the election cycle. Mayor Catcher brought up the concept of term limits. In fact, our bylaws set a maximum of 6 years for board members. That means that in the next year, 2 board members, Katie Berghofer from the county and Brian Kelly from the city, will have reached their term and will be stepping down. The question of competencies is a critical one. We struggle perhaps a little bit trying to assign competencies or request competencies from elected persons, but we sure don't when it comes to community-based members. I would agree with the comments that were stated earlier. The individuals that we've found and have found are extremely strong. It actually is impressive. I'm not sure that I would make the cut had I had to interview against these individuals. Extremely strong people, well motivated, intelligent, forward thinking, and the board has been and will be much better with their input. There is no doubt in my mind. I would add that I was probably, of the 4 elected representatives that formed the original board, the most reluctant to introduce the subject of and discuss the subject of non-elected representatives on the board. I will say unequivocally that my expectations have been surpassed. It has been a marvelous experience, and I anticipate that the board will be considerably stronger into the future with appropriately screened and selected individuals from our community. So I wholeheartedly support it, and I encourage my fellow councillors to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
I'll support this motion, but I do have a few reservations about having an odd number because, like I said before, I think in an ideal world, there shouldn't be issues, but I know, and probably this council is different than a board, but it is similar in the sense you will have an odd number, and it's not an issue until it is an issue and you have a divided council. So the equal representation, I kind of like that more, but you know what, I'll support this and we'll see how it goes going forward. The board is great, so keep doing your good job.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple comments. So I'm always intrigued when we talk about when we come to the table to have our regional or sub-regional hats on, and I'm very much always in favor when I sit at the MRB or at Edmonton Global to have that hat on. But quite often we see individuals that talk the talk, but they don't walk the talk. But I think with your competencies, I think with your excellent executive director and hopefully your interviewing capabilities, that you will choose people who will, in fact, keep that sub-regional hat on. And that is so important because right now Strathcona County and Fort Saskatchewan are working extremely well together. And you know, it's because of that that we are seeing these projects happening in both our communities. So you know, I'll support the motion. I had some reservations like Councillor Blizzard, but I think you've put them at rest. So thank you. Councillor Noyan and then Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks for your presentation today. It's nice to see both of you in person. I think that's the first time I've. I just wanted to say I appreciate both of our council representatives' insight into this motion as presented to council this afternoon. I do approve this motion, and in part because it does add another member, and that's one more diversified, diversified input to the group. So I look forward to seeing extra support and it being fulfilled in the work that you guys are doing. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you have buzzed in.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to say that I understand Councillor Blizzard, Councillor Blizzard's concern over the odd number. I raised that same question at our board meeting, Heartland board meeting. I anticipate that the board will be discussing a change to our bylaws, stressing the importance. I don't think we can mandate it, but stressing the importance of the board working by consensus. I would really not like to see, Councillor Blizzard, a significant motion that passed 4-3. It is my belief that, in fact, if the decision is that contentious, then it ought to be revisited and some changes need to be made. So I'm looking for, and I'm confident that the board will be discussing a change to the bylaws, referencing the need for a consensus among board members, just to help avoid the exact concern that you raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye on, there, just a second. Councillor Abatoye on close.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I was going to address Councillor Blizzard's comments, but I think Councillor Kelly already addressed it. I think we already had this conversation at the board, and we had said that if anything comes to a divided vote, then we need to take it back, and the executive director has to come back with more information so that everyone, is on the same page before we move ahead with anything. So that's an agreement, but it's not yet in bylaws. So that's something that's what Councillor Kelly said. We'll probably be addressing it going forward. And also the seventh member that we have that's in the books is someone I think is really competent and someone that the board absolutely needs. And so I'm absolutely 100% in favor of this motion. And that's my close. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. The motion is closed as presented. Please cast your vote on your e-scribe. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dance. Thank you, Mr. Devon. And as I said, you are more than welcome to leave if you like, although we know how excited you are about council meetings. So I'll just wait 1 second while the door opens and closes. So the next item that we have is public hearing number 1 for for bylaw C7-22. And the process for this, as I always give the process, once I open the public hearing, administration will present. Council will have an opportunity to ask questions. And following that, any persons who have registered may speak in favor or opposed. And then questions may be asked of those individuals. Then administration will come back and answer any final questions, and then I will close the public hearing. So with that, I will open the public hearing at 2:35 for bylaw C7-22. So I see TJ Auer is presenting, but I see Craig Thomas is sitting in the hot seat. Okay.
And TJ
so
will
Mr.
be
Auer
presenting.
is virtual. So go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
I think you're on mute.
Oh, I should be unmuted now.
Can't hear you. We can't hear you, Mr. Auer.
You can't hear me? Okay.
Can you turn your volume way up?
Yep, they had me turn it down yesterday, so I will just make that adjustment here.
Okay, that's better. Well, that's definitely better. Okay.
Okay, I'll just hold the mic up close to my face then.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so good afternoon, Your Worship and honorable members of council. As stated, my name is TJ Auer, and I'm here this afternoon to present bylaw C7-22 to amend the land use bylaw to add a new direct control district, DCA 18, Forest Ridge Residential District, to the land use bylaw C23-20. In this presentation, I will provide information regarding the DCA 18 district as originally proposed. At the end of the presentation, I will provide information on an amended version of the district put forward by the applicant following discussion with administration. The recommended motions before council today are to amend the DCA 18 district and then adopt it as amended. Administration does not support the original district, and administration does support the amended district. I will expand on administration's position at the end of the presentation. So earlier this year, on January 25th, council approved bylaw C2-22, amending the West Park Area Structure Plan in preparation for current and future housing trends. On February 8th, council defeated bylaw C4-22, which proposed adding the RS street-oriented small lot residential district to the land use bylaw. And on February 22nd, council gave first reading to bylaw C7-22, Forest Ridge Residential District. For context, this application is for a direct control district. So a direct control district is a unique type of land use district that the Municipal Government Act empowers a council with an approved municipal development plan to add to their land use bylaw. Unlike a conventional land use district, direct controls are applied to a specific area only, and therefore when council wishes to exercise particular control over the use and development of land or buildings within an area of the municipality. The MGA also requires that any direct control district comply with the city's statutory plans, and it empowers council to decide on development permits directly or delegate that authority to administration. That delegation is the A in a DCA district. So bylaw C2-22 amended the West Park Area Structure Plan to require the updating of stormwater management plans and the identification of proposed locations for any reduced setback housing in the outline plan. The application before council today was submitted prior to the adoption of these amendments and therefore was not subject to them. The timing of this application means that even though it is a direct control district, council does have the ability to approve the proposed district if it wishes. If council approves the amending motions, these ASP requirements would not have been triggered regardless of application timing. The DCA 18 district permits development that would have been permitted under the RS district and DCA 13. The application for DCA 18 was submitted prior to Council's decision regarding the RS district. The DCA 18 land use bylaw amendment application was submitted by Davis Consulting Group on behalf of Qualico Communities and West Park Land Company Limited. Bylaw C7-22 would add a new direct control district to the land use bylaw and rezone lands in the Forest Ridge community to permit the development of rear lane access urban character lots. This map shows the proposed location of DCA 18 in yellow, east of West Park Drive in the Forest Ridge neighborhood. The lands are currently zoned urban reserve and would be redistricted to DCA 18. This district permits single detached dwellings with rear access garages, either attached or detached, a 1.5 meter side yard on one side with a registered access easement, and a 0.0 meter side setback on the other side. The amending motion would ensure rear garages are detached, increase the minimum lot width, and change the side yard requirements. The permitted uses are single detached houses, secondary suites, and home offices, with bed and breakfasts, group homes, home businesses, show homes, and temporary sales centers as discretionary uses. The uses will not be changed by the amending motion for Council. DCA 18 requires a minimum site area of 258 square meters for interior sites and 286 square meters for corner sites. The minimum site width is 7.6 meters with a maximum width of 9.3 meters for interior sites and a minimum width of 9.1 meters and maximum of 11.3 meters for corner sites. The minimum site depth is 34 meters, consistent with other low-density residential districts in the land use bylaw. It should be noted that fences are permitted in the rear yard only. Like DCA 13, this means there can be no fencing in the side yard, and this means gates between houses are not permitted. The amending motion before Council would increase the minimum lot width and require side yard setbacks on both sides of the building. This will resolve any issues with side yard fencing, as each property will have their own side yard on both sides. The proposed location for DCA 18 is under the West Park Area Structure Plan. It is identified as low-density residential, meaning it does not exceed a density of 35 dwelling units per net residential hectare. The location is under the Forest Ridge Outline Plan. The MDP, West Park ASP, and Forest Ridge Outline Plan encourage buildings to be oriented towards public streets. As you can see on the map, these are low-density lane access lots. So while some buildings in the proposed area will face West Park Drive, there will be no additional accesses created on West Park Drive. At first reading, Council asked about the future traffic volumes in this section of West Park Drive. And at full build-out, so the 30-year projected trips per day is about 2,500. And for context, the Pineview Ring Road sees approximately 5,000 vehicle trips per day. Administration's position regarding zero lot line development pattern remains unchanged. The district, as originally proposed, is substantively similar to DCA 13, urban character small lot residential district, and would permit the same pattern of development. It is the waiving of one side yard, development standard, and sharing of one side yard between two properties that creates the subsequent challenges regarding drainage, resident awareness, education, and potential development enforcement identified by administration. The revised district, included in the applicant's public hearing submission, addresses the key issues identified by administration because it removes the zero side yard setback. Instead, it requires a 1.2 meter setback on both sides, consistent with other single detached residential districts in the land use bylaw. It increases the minimum lot width so the same building pocket or width of house can be developed with setbacks on both sides. This will increase the separation between buildings and ensure two properties are not sharing a side yard. It also ensures rear garages are detached. The revised district maintains the architectural standards introduced in DCA 13, and administration is of the opinion that a direct control district, as amended, is appropriate for the development of narrow lot single detached houses in the community and will facilitate evaluation of this development pattern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing, so it is clarifying questions only of administration. So we'll be quite succinct with how we're asking them. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Mr. Auer, just for clarification, with the garage siting and with 1.2 side yard setbacks, are we looking at a confirmation that a garage will be actually built on each one of these lots? Will there be a development standard that will require that when we get to that point, as opposed to somebody deciding they're going to build a house, but they're not going to build a garage?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, the builder can apply for the housing building permit and construct, and the homeowner could choose to construct the garage at a later date. So it would not be a requirement that they be constructed at the same time, although there are standards in place that they use consistent materials.
So it is possible that somebody may choose to have a house but not a garage, in which case they would end up having a pad, potentially outside storage. Is that a fair understanding as what could conceivably happen, as opposed to all of the lots in this rezoned area being developed for single family residential purposes with a garage?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, that is correct. They are required to provide the on-site parking, but that could take the form of a pad and be developed into a garage in future or not.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, thank you. Just very simple, quick question for my clarification, what the zoning is around the area in question. So on Appendix E, it's showing us that there is low-density residential basically everywhere else except park space or school park space. And then on Appendix B, it's showing that all lands around the one in question is urban reserve. So can you just clarify what, and I know we've been over this a bit, so jog my memory, what is approved around here?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, so what the urban reserve district is essentially a holding district awaiting redistricting coming before council. The outline plan identifies this area as low density residential primarily, with a mixed use or a medium density and commercial node along West Park Drive. But the redistricting of those lands to their designated land use would come before council for a redistricting. So the land use district is not yet assigned, and that will be before council in future.
Okay, and that's what I thought. So that brings me to my question: for a land adjacent to Woodbridge Link, why are we not working with developers to redistrict and subdivide that parcel at this time? It seems that we're getting a lot of pockets of residential coming before council, and it seems to lack continuity in construction of these redistrict pockets.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, the development generally follows the staging plan identified in the outline plan for the area. So when redistricting applications come before council, they're following generally that staging plan and are following, in this case, the key infrastructure of the development or completion of West Park Drive.
So sorry, I would disagree with it. So in stages, then, so does a stage not have to do with geographical location of these pockets?
Your Worship, if I may, through you to Councillor Nguyen. So I think your original question, you were referring to the area immediately to the north that would front onto.
Correct. Yeah.
So that portion has been redistricted to RC. and that has been done fairly recently, so it's not showing
Perfect.
up.
Okay. Yes. And in the medley of all of this development, I got lost there. So appreciate that answers my question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. A couple quick questions. When I first read this, gentlemen, I was a bit confused with the first paragraph under summary analysis on page 25 of our materials. So page 2 of the request for decision, first paragraph under summary analysis, where it says that and a minimum lot width of 7.6 meters. I assume you're talking about the original application and not the question in front of us as we sit here today. But in fact, and it seems to be clear throughout, I'm looking for confirmation. In fact, the minimum lot width for an interior lot will be 8.5 meters.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, should council approve the amending motion at second reading, that will become the case. The application exists as it was made as it was given first reading until such a time that council makes that amending motion to change the district. So as of the present moment, the minimum lot width is 7.6 meters. If council makes the amending motion, it will become 8.5 meters.
Thank you, TJ. As I suspected, but it wasn't clear on first read. A question I should have asked, I think perhaps when this was before us for first reading. What's the minimum setback for the rear garage off of the lane, please?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I believe that is 1 meter.
Is that your answer, or is that you believe? Sorry.
Your worship, I can quickly confirm that. It may be 1.2 meters, but I will quickly confirm that.
If you would, please, I'm wondering if there will be sufficient width to slide a small car in behind the garage and not obstruct the lane, and hoping that there is, but I'll wait your answer. Thank you.
While we're waiting for that, did you have another question or not, or are you good? Okay, he does have the answer.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Kelly. So the setback would be 1.2 meters from the face of the garage to the rear property line. So that would be about 4 feet. That is intentional. So the idea is it would not be enough space to actually park a car. So typically you'd want to have a driveway that's about 6 meters or 1.2, and that way you can either park a car, but if it's 1.2 meters, if you try to park a car, it would be very difficult because it would overhang onto the lane.
So why wouldn't we go, Mr. Thomas, to something slightly larger to allow a vehicle to at least fit parallel to the back of the garage? And I asked that question because as lots get smaller, the ability to build ancillary storage areas in your backyard becomes reduced. And I do suspect that there is increased pressure put on the garage to act as a storage facility, not only for your vehicle, but for other household items. So why don't we as a rule imagine that it's reasonable to have a car parallel park, not vertical, but parallel park behind these rear garages?
Through you, worship, to Councillor Kelly, that could be done. Now the 1.2 meters is it is a minimum, so an application could see something that is a little bit provides more of a setback. However, there are requirements about permeable space to make sure that there is surface drainage. So pushing the garage further back on the site towards the house would reduce that privacy area. and might create an issue with that other requirement.
So to summarize, its administrator's position that you would prefer not to have parking behind the garage at all.
Well, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, because of the width of the lot, the building pocket of the site, or the site coverage, would be higher than a lot that would be wider, for example. And because of that, the footprint of the house is starting to go further back on the lot. So by providing a setback of about 6 meters from the lane, will significantly reduce that privacy space. And then it would start to affect the other requirement that has to deal with drainage.
Mayor Katcher, please come back to me. I want to press this point a bit more. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you for your presentation, TJ and Mr. Craig. My first question is, in your risk analysis on the request for decision, it was said that this proposed district introduces new standards within the community, and I'm wondering, because it's conventional, the easements, I mean the space in between the houses are conventional, and the site, I would say it falls within conventional district. So is this really a new type of housing? Would this be a new type of housing that's been introduced in this community, or do we already have similar type of housing here?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, so this would be the first district to facilitate essentially the 20-foot building pocket. Currently, the RC district requires a 9.1 meter lot width, so it's a 22-foot building pocket. So it is new in that sense. However, it does facilitate the same building pocket as the DCA 13 district did, just with conventional side yard setbacks. So it is new, but not a significant departure, I guess, from our existing pattern.
So do you envision that we might have issues with this type of housing, like zero lot line? I mean, I know we're trying to move away from zero lot lines with this new amendment. So you believe that this actually addresses the issues that we had with zero lot line?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, yes, we're of the opinion that the issues regarding zero lot line came from the shared side yard, and that the increased separation between buildings as well as the dedicated side yard on each side will resolve those issues.
Thank you. Just one final question. So based on the traffic volume that you have provided, especially for the future, you don't believe there's any concerns with the front-facing lots?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, no, there's not concern from administration regarding the lot orientation, particularly in light of the projected traffic volumes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Second. Okay, going in. Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. You're coming back to me for a second round, Mayor Katcher?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I appreciate the need for a certain amount of soft surface in the rear yard for water absorption. But if we're making the lot slightly wider, we have the ability to create more parking in the back. I know I beat the parking up in past meetings of council. I just want to drive home the point. We could, if we chose.
Okay, Councillor Kelly, this is public hearing, so it's clarifying question, and I know you're going on in front of it, but it's still clarifying questions.
I'm not the first councillor to offer prelude to the question, Mayor Katcher. If you want to be consistent, I'd like you to interrupt everybody.
I'm doing the best I
Oh.
can.
So just be consistent, please. So given that we're a bit wider, we would have the ability to maintain a minimum soft surface in the backyard and move the garage forward if we wanted. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that would depend on the depth of any given lot. The way the regulations are written as it stands, the 1.2 meter is a minimum, and if the lot depth and lot area was sufficient to move the garage back, that would be a choice to the builder that is available. But it is not a requirement of the district.
All of our lots are standard 34 meters deep. So I think what you meant, TJ, for my clarification, is the pocket, the housing pocket, how far it extends back. Is that what you meant?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yeah, it would be a matter of how far the principal building extends back, as well as because the 34 meters is a minimum, we do actually have low density residential lots with significantly greater depths in various locations in the community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, clarifying questions?
Mr. Auer, I will also address the question I'm about to ask you to the developer when they make their presentation, but it's my understanding that the developer has agreed that to get on-street parking, to have these front-facing lots on West Park Drive, that they will undertake to, one, construct the entire balance of West Park Drive in this construction season, and that they will provide on-street parking on one side in front of the houses only, if this is approved. Is that a correct assumption?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, are you referring to the design concept submitted with the applicant's public hearing submission?
Well, I'm just trying to confirm that yes, if we agree to this zoning change, that when the development takes place, that there will be front-facing lots with on-street parking on the side of West Park Drive that will be immediately in front of the houses, and that there will be no parking on the other side of West Park Drive, and that the carriageway will be adjusted so as to ensure that we have adequate snow storage and egress and access through West Park Drive in that area. Is that a correct understanding?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I would say that yes, that's a correct understanding. Administration is supportive of the design concept that was submitted with the applicant's public hearing letter, pending technical review, because detailed engineering review remains required.
Okay, so a confirmation of my question is if we approve this, then we will ensure, our administration will ensure that those development standards are adhered to at the time that construction and development actually takes place. Is that a fair assessment?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes, that is a fair assessment pending the results of detailed engineering review. The engineering work needs to be done to ensure that it is possible to execute.
Which is a technical decision that our administration makes in concert with the developer's technical advisors, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't appear there's any other questions at this point in time. So we will go on to those who have registered to speak at the public hearing. And we have Chris Davis from Davis Consulting Group and Jamie Kilarchuk from Qualico Communities. And I know last time you went in tandem, both of you. Is Jamie on as well with you, Chris? There you are. So each of you has 5 minutes to present, but for the process, you do have to state your name if you're in favor or opposed, and then each one of you would have 5 minutes, or if you're doing them together, then I'd just combine them and give you 10 minutes in total if you need it that much. So go ahead. You can both state your names, who you're with, and if you're in favor and opposed.
Sure, yeah, I'll start. My name is Jamie Kivlarchuk, and I am with Qualico Communities, the developer of Forest Ridge, and I am in support of the proposed bylaw as amended.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My name is Chris Davis, and I am Qualico Communities plan consultant for Fort Saskatchewan and a proud resident here, and I am also speaking in favor of this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So they'll start the first 5-minute clock, and we'll see if you need more than that for the second person. So go ahead.
Thank you. Having an issue advancing the slide here. My apologies.
Chris, if you'd like, I could share the PDF on my screen and we can just run through it.
Yeah, that'd be great, Jamie. Sorry, I had it all queued up and ready, but it's not advancing to the next slide, so.
Okay, we can see this one.
Excellent. Excellent, thank you. Our brief presentation today is intended to highlight some of the key aspects of this DC bylaw. This stage will include the long-awaited 400-meter completion of West Park Drive. 38 lots are included within the DC portion of this stage, and 30 RC lots redistricted on March the 8th are also included within this stage, and there was some references to that being on the north side and on the south side of this particular area as shown on the map on the right-hand side. The house sizes within the DC area will range from 20 feet wide to 22 feet wide. All lots will have standard side yard setbacks with no side yard easements. Can I get the next slide, Jamie, please? Thank you. The West Park Drive component of this DC has been designed to prioritize pedestrians and other trail users. Houses facing West Park Drive will provide an inviting streetscape. Parking will be limited to the east side of the street adjacent to the housing. Boulevard corner bulbs on the east side and a wider boulevard on the west side will result in shorter crosswalks. And the road design will also accommodate the efficient and safe movement of vehicles and ample snow storage. This design is the result of successful collaborative discussions between the city and Qualico Communities. And this stage is intended to be constructed this year. Next slide, please, Jamie. We will conclude our remarks here, recognizing that a broader discussion on the context of this stage already took place during the public hearing on the RC component on March 8th. That said, we are happy to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Okay, so that is your joint presentation then. So I will just...
It is.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll go to questions. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Mr. Davis, I think I understand what you're proposing from a development standpoint, and I reluctantly agree to some of that. We've had discussions about that. But my question is, how are your discussions going with Landrex, which is the other developer in this area, Windsor, relative to the actual construction of West Park Drive? Because I think that's one of the most pressing discussions that we have to have. So how are your discussions going? And I presume that they're going in a positive direction, and then when all is said and done, if we approve this, that Qualico will be building the balance of West Park Drive right down to from Westbridge Link down south to the major collector. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll ask Jamie to chime in here with some color on the discussions because I'm aware that there have been conversations with Landrex recently in this respect.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Harris. At this point, Qualico is intending to develop that remaining section with our stage 12. So Landrex had developed the portion south of their intersection. We would plan to develop this remaining portion, and between the two of us would have started discussions on any of those internal cost share considerations related to this particular stretch of road.
Okay, so my second question is, respecting the fact that we're just dealing with a portion of the geography for zoning today, there is medium density site and a commercial site further south than this. Those will ultimately be approved by way of a development application at a subsequent time. That won't impede Qualico building this road and getting this thing done in this construction period. You can assure council of that particular fact?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, those future development or future subdivision and zoning considerations won't impede or delay any of our plans to proceed with West Park Drive this year. It'll put us in position to basically subdivide and zone that site as soon as we have a buyer who is interested in it, but it will not change any of our plans for this year.
Okay, Mr. Kittlerchuk, thank you very much. Appreciate your answers to my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you both for being here. Just subsequent to our garage discussions, can you say that all of your builders build spec homes with a garage included?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I will say that it is fairly common for the garages to be built, but it is not something that happens 100% of the time. So we do have buyers who sometimes are potentially having some cost considerations when they're looking at building a home, and one of those considerations may be to build a parking pad from the onset and build a garage at a later date. So it does happen. It's not as common, but it does happen.
Thank you. And then my other question is, do you have, or can you give me a percentage of your lots that are private sales and not allocated to your builders, which probably then wouldn't fall under what the commonality is for completion of a garage and maybe a pad as well?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, all of our lots are actually sold to builders. So if a public buyer would purchase the lot and the house from their chosen builder, but typically in our neighborhoods in Fort Saskatchewan, we do not sell lots to the public.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There doesn't appear to be any additional questions for the two of you at this point in time. So thank you for coming on. And I know you are going to be speaking at the public hearing number 2, so you can just put your cameras down. All right, thank you. So with that, I would invite Mr. Auer and Mr. Thomas back. And I'll just ask Council, are there any final questions of either one of these? Councillor Blizzard? Oh, I haven't closed it yet. Okay. Councillor Abatoy, did you have a question?
Thank you. So I think it was Mr. TJ that said that the design that has been sent by the applicants is subject to technical review. could there be a problem? Like, what I mean is, if, for example, our engineering department says that there is a problem, there's an issue with the design that has been sent, then what do we do next? Because I think like what is sent really addresses the concerns that we had mentioned from the previous application. So I'm just wondering what happens after that.
So, Councillor Abitoye, so we have met, we have looked at the concept, and we have discussed it with the engineering folks. And in principle, we have agreed that it is acceptable and it does work. So through that detailed design, that's where some of the finer points would be worked out.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no additional questions, Councillor Kelly, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Katcher. I did send a text in, but it was very close to the deadline. I appreciate you picking up my response. A question of administration. You gave us traffic counts estimated of 2,500 vehicles and compared that to parts of the ring road in Pineview. Can you also compare that, please, for enlightenment to the existing traffic count at Allard Way?
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, yes, happy to do so. So the existing, well, I should not say current, as of 2019, the vehicles per day on Allard Way were approximately 3,300 vehicle trips per day.
That's 2019 count, TJ?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's been continued construction in the south end of South Fort, so it's reasonable to expect that that traffic count has increased in the last couple of years.
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, yes, that's a fair assumption.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no additional questions, I will close the public hearing for bylaw C7. Go to business arising from the presentation. So, Mr. Auer.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll just bring up the recommended motion for council today. So as discussed in the presentation, administration is recommending that council move forward with this amendment to amend DCA 18 Forest Ridge Residential District as submitted in the applicant's public hearing submission. So it would be that council amend bylaw C7-22 section 1A as follows. That 11.21.1 remove a side yard building setback of 0.0 meters on one side, and that 11.21.3 AI add that garages are not attached to single detached dwellings. That 11.21.4A be deleted. That 11.21.4B read 8.5 minimum for interior sites and 10.3 meters for corner sites. That 11.21.5C read 1.2 meter 2M minimum, and that 11.21-7 be deleted. And then that council gives second reading to bylaw C7-22 to amend the land use bylaw C23-20 by adding direct control administration district DCA 18 Forest Ridge Residential District as amended, and then that council give third reading as well.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Blizzard has had but. Oh, you didn't want the motion? Okay, I'm sorry. Then Councillor Harris was the next one. I thought you'd buzzed in and said you wanted the motion. Okay, you wait till after. So go ahead, Councillor Harris.
I think it's safe to say that I was probably the most vehemently opposed to front-facing development onto the drive.
Could you put the motion on and then you can speak to your comments, please?
I just did.
You have to.
Oh, all this detail. It's so hard. Okay. I would move that council amend bylaw C722 as proposed by the applicant by amending section 1A as follows. A, B, C, D, E, and F in our administrative report as is on the screen. I'm not reading them all.
I will accept that motion. Now you may speak to your motion.
Okay, getting back to the most important part of this thing, I was the most vehemently opposed to any front-facing lots onto the balance of West Park Drive. For administration to suggest that traffic calming on that road was necessary was absolutely, a malicious kind of comment that I disagreed with. But through I guess, honest conversations with the developers, we've come to, I believe, a reasonable consensus, which is a reasonable alternative to allow some front-facing, but not zero lot line, and with protected parking in front of the house and with no parking on the other side of West Park Drive. I was concerned about a change in the overall development concept that was originally envisioned when West Park Drive was first proposed as a circular ring road within a major collector status. This is a major collector road, in my opinion, and I think that we can probably reach something but still allow the developer to do what they have to do. So I'll put this motion on the floor reluctantly with those comments. My major concern was to ensure that West Park Drive is completed in this construction season because the developers have been dragging their feet for way too long, and residents in the immediately adjacent neighborhoods have been inconvenienced as a result. Westbridge Link has seen significant volume of traffic, but there's nowhere else to go. And so I think that by allowing this to go forward, to allow the developer to get on with their business and to construct the balance of the subdivision and hopefully see the balance of it south of this come forward in subsequent periods, will allow us to finish off West Park in a reasonably prudent manner. So I'll support it on that basis, and I'll put it forward accordingly.
Thank you. Motion is now open for discussion and debate. Councillor Blizzard, you're first.
But didn't want to get stopped with just having questions before. That's why I wanted to wait till now. I still have big concerns about this. The entire rest of West Park Drive is back facing. And when you drive down back facing, and I talked to the developer about this and the city, I think, when you drive down a back facing yard, you rarely see cars parked there. Why? Because it's not handy. Now all of a sudden we have front facing, there will be cars there, and probably going by other areas that are similar, they will be there all the time because people will use them as their residential parking spots, except that they're not really, but they're on the road. So I do still have concern. I'm going to wait and see what more things get discussed, but I still don't like the idea of the front facing, mainly because it's the only one. I know we talk about 99th Ave, the other ring road in town, but they're all like that. So it's kind of a continuation. Here we're going to have this one little piece that's like that, so it makes it different. One other thing is I do want to make sure, and I want to make sure I get this here in the public venue, there will be no parking signs on the other side of the street of this area. If we're making it 3 lanes and we're assuming people are parking on one side, you can't allow parking on the other side then. Is that correct? Whoever answers this.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, if there's no parking on one side of the street, there's typically signs that would say as such.
Okay. I would definitely want to make that. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sold on this. I would see this as a bit of a trial again, but I hate doing trials in neighborhoods. But anyway.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon, you're next.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in favor of this bylaw. When we first started talking about it, I really wasn't sure how we were going to find a way to today being successful. So I really think that some great work has been done between the developer and administration to truly find a balance between the challenges that were brought up by administration and council and the developer wanting to move forward with this project. And so I think through some really fantastic work that we have come to a great balance that can be acceptable by all sides. So I'm hoping that other members of council feel the same way. And yeah, I really think that this is a great product that has turned out. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I will support the motion. In part, I agree with Councillor Macon's comments. I think it was a good negotiation. I appreciate the increased lot width up from 7.6 to 8.5. I honestly believe that going forward, we're going to, as a council, determine that 8.5 should be our minimum lot width. But let's leave that for a different day. 8.5 gives the 1 point, this is really the important part, the 1.2 meter setback between the house footprint and the property line. So a total of 2.4 meters between houses, which allows for a proper swale, a slope away from the foundation of the house to the center, the property line, to allow for water drainage. The construction of a proper slope will also allow for some soil drainage in the backfill area, or pardon me, soil compaction over time in the backfill area, and still allow for proper drainage if the swale is set properly. The 1.2 meter setback allows for the construction of a fence, which I honestly believe is what most homeowners prefer. Either we have children or we have pets. It seems to be a fact of life in most households. And for either, you need a lot that's fenced off for their own protection. I think it's a good trade-off, and I prefer it. I look forward to how it develops out, but I think it's a significant improvement over the prior 7.6 meter width. I have, like Councillor Blizzard, some serious concerns with using front-facing housing as a traffic calming measure. I do think that given the number of houses in West Park and the significant size loop that West Park Drive makes through that community, that the traffic count will prove to be much higher than it currently is in the estimate provided by administration. I point to Allard Way, which serves fewer homes in Fort Saskatchewan. And we were told 3,300 in 2019, 3,300 vehicle count per day. That's 3 years ago now. I think if we did that count today, we'd find it's approaching 5,000. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it was. And we're still not finished developing South Fork. So collector roads need to be taken seriously by the developer and by council. And I know we do, but they are first and foremost collector roads. Collector roads ought to remove the traffic safely and efficiently from the community. That's their purpose for existing, their primary purpose, and we ought not to try to turn them into residential roads. We have other ways to traffic calm. Parking continues to be a concern of mine. I'll leave that again for a different day. I think I've made my point. I support the motion. I thank the developer for their thought processes on this. And as again, with Councillor Harris's line of questioning, I agree with him. It is time for West Park Drive to be completed, and I look forward to the completion this coming construction season. So all in, all done, I think a successful negotiation and a successful resolution, and let's see how it works out. Again, I appreciate the work from everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you. I support the motion. this amendment actually is a good middle ground for all the conversations that have been had prior to now. I see that all the issues that have been mentioned, from snow clearing to easement to drainage to parking to safety, due to the front-facing lots, have been addressed by the design concept sent by the applicant. So really appreciate that, taking all those into consideration. And as has been said already, this will also help, with the completion of West Park Drive, to help that move forward this year, and especially because, as Mr. TJ had said, that this is a new housing type because of the lot width. So it'll be interesting to see if there are any new issues that come out of that. But definitely support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll also support the amendment. My comments might be a little more critical, though. I'm just going to say, I'm happy that the developers were able to pivot the way they were able to. But, following the July council report that came to council that fully supported and really endorsed the zero lot lines, I can understand why there was so much confusion between that point and up to where we are at this point in time. Because when I went back and read the report, listened to the video, my head was still spinning because it just didn't make sense. In July of 2021, administration was fully supporting zero lot lines. It's in your report. It's what you had indicated. And then all of a sudden there's the 360 and it was like, no, we don't want any of them. So I guess the one question that I will ask, I will support. Based on your July report, will we ever see a zero lot line back in front of us as far as being supported?
Your Worship,
Mr. Thomas.
we're always open to having discussions with the development community. We're certainly willing to do that. And we had certain and specific issues related to what was brought forward to us. And we're welcome the opportunity to tease those out with the development community.
Okay, and I'll probably ask that question as we go through some of these, because I've been quite confused between that July report and what came forward in the last few weeks. And as I'm sitting there supporting the development community, I'm supporting them based on that report, or have been supporting them on that, and really having to go back and try and figure out where things change. So, but for this one, I will support this, but at some point in time, it's still like a better understanding of how things change so drastically, but not this minute. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep my comments relatively short. I think my fellow councillors have mentioned quite a few of the areas of main concern. I appreciate the developer coming forward and what seems what looks to me to be a compromise in the product that they're offering and the size of the yards. Two of the important issues that I see with the original amendment and the size of lots proposed for this area is certainly, as Councillor Kelly and maybe one or two other councillors mentioned, is the width of between physical buildings to construct a swale. I've physically worked in these types of side yards myself, and having only 2 feet from the side of a building it can be quite concerning that it actually defines the swale enough for surface drainage and certainly as well from my experience at landscaping them and try to conform to the architectural guidelines and the lot elevations at the end of it is certainly challenging to do, if not nearly impossible. So those are that is quite a critical issue that I think it has been addressed by the solution here. And the other comment I wanted to make is just about inclusion of secondary suites in this type of housing product, and with the garage setback being so so narrow, the requirement from the back lane, if you had a suited occupancy and say a tenant and the main occupant are both having guests at the same time, well, on that evening it can create an incredible amount of congestion. Just for that could affect 2, 3, 4 units, and not just congestion around that or at that single dwelling. So, there certainly are some concerns, but I think we've gotten close to where we need to be. So I'd be ready to support the motion.
Okay, thank you. So I've got Councillor speak again. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor Katcher. I have a question of administration. Perhaps Mr. Thomas, either one is, I'm sure, capable of answering. The July 2021 report, as I recall it, administration did have an express, I thought quite clearly, some reservations on the zero lot line product. Am I correct? And if I am correct, could you take a minute and address the concerns that you spoke to in 21, please?
Through you to Councillor Kelly, I'll let Mr. Auer take the first crack, and I'll maybe add some color afterwards.
Thank you, and through your worship to Councillor Kelly. Yes, administration did identify some concerns, particularly around drainage in that report, but was looking at a tentative move forward with the urban character lots, and since the time of that report, continued collecting information, including speaking to other municipalities in the region and their experience with the development, as well as analyzing local development and real estate trends. So that compounded our concerns even further, and that's where the shift from a tentative moving forward to there being identified and established issues with this development pattern took place.
And through your worship to Councillor Kelly, if I could maybe just add a little bit to that. I think we're always going to look at the application based on its merits from a number of different perspectives. I think in this case, and in all cases, we're looking at what's is the application suitable, and is it in the overall greater public interest? And I think we found that there was specific concerns, and feeling that the application had a complete waiver to a side yard. We didn't want to be in a situation 5 or 10 years down the road when we saw a significant amount of development, and we'd have to look at ways of correcting a potential error. So we just wanted to do our due diligence, and we weren't comfortable with the support recommendation after the fact.
Thank you for your comments. It coincides with my recollections as well. Appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. To be all of the questions for discussion and debate, so I'll go back to Councillor Harris for close.
The city has had.
Can you push your button again?
Well, it's better than me pushing my button. Okay. Anyways, the city of Fort Saskatchewan has had a long collaborative history with our development community. But of late, I think we have had a bit of a falling out over some things that the development community is quite vociferous about, and that we as a council are vociferous in the other respect. But the beauty is we get to establish the future vision of our community, and developers help us achieve that vision. But this council will ultimately, as far as I see, set the development agenda that will reflect the best needs of our community going forward. Whether zero lot line are in the future, I don't know. But I think that our land use bylaw is up for a major review in the very near future. And I think that is an opportunity to have a discussion with our development community about what we as a council want to see in our community. And ultimately, we have to work in partnership with the development community to ensure that that can happen. So in this context, I was very stridently against any front-facing lots in the small section of this West Park Drive, primarily because it was against the long-term vision for the road network in West Park. And I was involved in helping to create that many years ago and the planning for that. And so when I saw front-facing, it absolutely galled me. But I think that we have had a conversation with the developer and their consultant, which ultimately has led us to where we are today, and I was prepared to put the motion on because we had had a fruitful discussion. It will be interesting to see how this particular product in this location performs over time. But I believe that the changes in the road profile that have been proposed by the developer will hopefully give us the opportunity to deal with maintenance and to deal with traffic safety. As I said earlier, I did not believe that putting front-facing lots in a major collector is a traffic calming measure. That is absolutely the wrong statement for our administration to be making. I believe that we have to have urban design that ultimately allows us to have appropriate choice for our people in our community that does not cause problems for traffic flow or safety of pedestrians or safety of motorists. And so hopefully this particular change or a set of changes will allow us to move forward, and then we can reflect back on it. But in the fullness of time, we will have a conversation in terms of amendments, categoric amendments that we will need to make to the next land use bylaw going forward to get us away from having these misunderstandings or where council does not understand ultimately what we're trying to do. I think I've heard from council in these discussions that ultimately our most important concern is that we may be doing land use planning, but we need to see what the outcome of the planning will be. And that ultimately comes at the time of subdivision. And that is an administrative function. But we need to send a direction to our administration and to our developers that we need to see the outcome when we are making planning decisions. And so if our land use bylaw changes in the future, we'll take that into consideration. Then hopefully we will have a good, consistent working relationship with our development community and our administration. So in that light, I will stop talking now and look forward to seeing this motion passed. We can move forward with this development and get on with business.
Okay, and this is just the amending motion, so we'll deal with that. I was thinking we were done, but so the amending motion is closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. I know I've been asked for a break. Are you able to wait till we get these next two done? Go ahead with second reading.
I would let somebody else do it, like following our process for streaming. That was fine, but if somebody else wants to move a motion, I think we all need a hand in this one.
Okay, Councillor Noyan, you're...
I move that council give second reading to bylaw C7-22 to amend land use bylaw C2320 by adding direct control district DC A18 Forest Ridge Residential District as amended.
Thank you. Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
I don't need to speak in favor. I think we've covered it so far.
Thank you. Is there any discussion and debate? Not seeing any. Anything on close?
Nothing on close.
All right. I'm going to close the motion for second reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Did you want to put on the third reading?
I can as well. Yes, I move that council give third reading to bylaw C7-22 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 by adding direct control administration district DCA 18 Forest Ridge Residential District.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak in favor?
I do not wish to speak in favor.
All right. Thank you. Is there any further discussion and debate? Not seeing any. Anything on close?
Nothing on close.
Thank you. The motion, the motion is now closed. Please cast your vote on third reading. And that is carried unanimously. I have been requested for a comfort break, so let's do 10:53. We will stand in recess. Okay, we will resume the meeting. And we are going on to public hearing number 2 for bylaw C8-22, amending the land use bylaw. Same process as before. Administration will present. Those who have registered will have an opportunity to speak in favor or opposed, and then questions can be asked at any point in time with each group. Following the presentations, I'll close the public hearing, and we will go into business arising from the public hearing. So with that, I will invite Mr. Auer and Mr. Thomas once again. Oh, did we lose? Are we good to go? Hey, Mr. Auer, are you with us?
Your Worship, he is showing up on the WebEx call, but is unresponsive. He might still be away from his station. I'll try and contact him.
Okay, we're still live, so. Okay, we'll give him another 30 seconds, and if not, Mr. Thomas should be presenting. Okay, we will move on, and we'll have Mr. Thomas start, and if Mr. Auer joins us, I will remind everybody our time frames. We are fairly punctual. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Thomas. So I will call the public hearing to order for bylaw C8-22. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I do have some notes, so hopefully they will correspond with the presentation. We'll see how it goes. So good afternoon, Your Worship and honorable members of council. My name is Craig Thomas, and I'm here to present this afternoon bylaw C8-22 to amend the land use bylaw and add a new direct control district, DCA 19 Sienna Residential District, to the land use bylaw C2320. In this presentation, I'll provide some information regarding the DCA 19 district as originally proposed, and at the end of the presentation, I'll provide information on an amended version of the district put forward by the applicant following the discussion with administration. The recommended motions before council today are to amend DCA 19 and then adopt it as amended. Administration does not support the original district, and administration does support the district as amended. I will expand on administration's position at the end of the presentation. So it's shown on the screen, it's showing as it is originally proposed, and this is after the amending motion. So again, we are supporting the amended motion and not the original. Earlier this year, on January 25th, Council approved Bylaw C-122, amending the South Fort Area Structure Plan in preparation for current and future housing trends. On February 8th, Council defeated Bylaw C-422, which proposed adding the RS Street-Orientated Small Lot District to the Land Use Bylaw. And then on February 22nd, Council gave first reading to Bylaw C-822, DCA 19 Sienna Residential District. For context, this application is for a direct control district. A direct control district is a unique type of land use district that the Municipal Government Act empowers a council with an improved municipal development plan to add to their land use bylaw. Unlike a conventional land use district, direct controls are applied to a specific area only. They are for if council wishes to exercise particular control over the use and development of land or buildings within an area of the municipality. The Municipal Government Act also requires that any direct control comply with the city's statutory plans. It empowers council to decide on development permits in direct control districts, or it can delegate the authority to administration. That delegation is the A in the DCA district. Bylaw C-122 amended the South Fort Area Structure Plan to require the updating of stormwater management plans and the identification of proposed locations for any reduced setback housing in the outline plan. The application before Council today was submitted prior to the adoption of these amendments and therefore was not subject to them. The timing of this application means that even though it is direct control, Council does have the ability to approve the proposed district if it wishes. If Council approves the amended motion, these ASP requirements would not have been triggered regardless of the timing of the application. The DCA 19 district permits development that would have been permitted under the RS district, as well as DCA 13. The application for DCA 19 was submitted prior to Council's decision regarding bylaw C-422 for the RS district. The DCA 19 land use bylaw amendment application was submitted by Davis Consulting Group on behalf of Qualico Communities and Fort Saskatchewan Developments North Limited. Bylaw C-822 would add a new direct control district to the land use bylaw and rezone land in the Forest Ridge community to permit the development of rear lane access urban character lots. This map shows the proposed location of DCA 19 in yellow, north of Sienna Boulevard in the Sienna neighborhood. The lands are currently zoned RC comprehensively planned residential district and R2 semi-detached and duplex district, and would allow and would be redistricted to the DCA 19. This district permits single detached dwelling with rear access garages, either attached or detached, a 1.5 meter side yard on one side with a registered access easement and a 0 meter setback on the other side. The amending motion would ensure rear garages are detached, increase the minimum lot widths, and change the side yard requirements. The permitted uses are single detached houses, secondary suites, and home offices with bed and breakfast, group home, home businesses, show home, and temporary sales centers as discretionary uses. The uses will not be changed by the amending motion. DCA 19 requires a minimum site area of 258 square meters. For interior sites, and 286 square meters for corner sites. The minimum site area is 7.6 meters with a maximum width of 9.3 meters for interior sites. And 9.1 meter, and a 9.1 meter minimum and 11.3 meter maximum for corner sites. The minimum site depth is 34 meters, consistent with other low-density residential districts. Should be noted that fences are permitted in the rear yard only. Like DCA 13, this means there could be no fencing in the side yard. This means gates between houses is also not permitted. The amending motion will increase the minimum lot width and require side yard setbacks on both sides of the buildings. This will resolve any issues with side yard fencing, such as each property will have its own side yard on both sides. The proposed location for DCA 19 is under the South Fort Area Structure Plan. It is identified as low density residential, meaning that it does not exceed a density of 35 dwelling units per net residential hectare. The proposed location is under the Sienna Outline Plan, and as you can see on the map, these areas are low density lane access lots that culminate into a cul-de-sac. Administration's positions regarding zero lot line development patterns remain unchanged. The district as originally proposed is substantially similar to DCA 13 and would permit the same pattern of development. It is the waiving of one side yard development standard and sharing one side yard between two properties that creates subsequent challenges regarding drainage, resident awareness, education, and development enforcement as identified by administration. The revised district included in the applicant's public hearing submission addresses key issues identified by administration because it removes the zero side yard setback. Instead, it requires a 1.2 meter setback on both sides, consistent with other single detached residential districts. It increases the minimum lot width, so the same building pocket or width of house can be developed with setbacks on both sides. This will increase the separation between buildings and ensure two properties are not sharing one side yard. It also ensures rear garages are detached. The revised district maintains the architectural standards introduced in DCA 13, and administration is of the opinion that a direct control district amended as proposed by the applicant is appropriate for the development of narrow lot single detached houses in the community and will facilitate evaluation of this particular development pattern. I'd be happy to take any questions, as would TJ if he is actually with us right now.
Okay, yes, he has rejoined us. So with that, this is a public hearing, clarifying questions only. And I know this was the same as the previous one, so I'm not seeing any questions. So what I will do is I will go to those who have registered to speak at the public hearing. So I have Jamie Kolarchuk once again. So for the process, if you can state your names, who you're with again, and if you're in favor or opposed, so we can capture it in the record. And then you would each have 5 minutes, but if you don't need that, that's fine too. So go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jamie Kitlarchuk with Qualico Communities, and I am here speaking in support of the bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Chris Davis, and I am speaking in favor of this bylaw as well.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a presentation, or are you just here to answer questions?
It's very brief presentation, Your Worship. Just a single slide, as a matter of fact. So, our brief presentation is intended to highlight some of the key aspects of this DC bylaw. 18 lots are included within the DC portion of this stage, and 44 RC lots redistricted on March 8th are also included within this stage. The house sizes within the DC area are designed to be 20 feet wide. All lots will have standard side yard setbacks with no side yard easements, and this stage is intended to be constructed this year. This concludes our very brief presentation. Thanks for your consideration today, and we're happy to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, thank you very much for being very precise in your presentation. I'll just ask if there's any questions of council. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you again, Mayor Thatcher. I was slow to get my request into Ledge Services. Gentlemen, in this particular request, there's going to be some pie-shaped lots by the look of it. The minimum lot width as described of 8.5, I think, that will be measured at where the building pocket, the front of where the building pocket is supposed to be, or will that be the frontage of the lot itself?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, the lot width standards are taken at the front yard setback. I believe for this particular district, it's 3.5 meters. So it's quite far forward on the lot.
Okay, that helps. I thank you. I understand.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any additional questions for the two of you, so thank you very much for being on here. Once we've concluded, then you can leave once we've concluded. Right now, you can just put your screens down, which looks like you've done that. So if there's no additional questions, I would invite Mr. Thomas and Mr. Auer back to see if there's any final questions. Councillor Harris?
Just want to touch base. Were there any public registrations for or against this bylaw that I didn't see in our package or that may have come in subsequent to the delivery of our package?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, no, I don't believe there was anything for this one.
Okay, because I think sometimes our process is that people can send things in. They may not necessarily be appearing at the public hearing, but they want their comments pro or con registered. And sometimes it seems like some of those written submissions appear to get lost in the shuffle, at least from my standpoint as an elected official. It comes in as an email from administration. Question? I'm just saying, is that the case?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, yeah, we could get a submission at the last minute, but I don't believe that we did receive one for this particular bylaw.
Okay, so going forward, if that does happen, will administration make comments to that effect if written submissions come in for or against a particular bylaw of this type, for example?
Through your worship, yes, we could.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that we do get those things into the record.
Thank you, and that is Councillor Harris. I think you called him Councillor Kelly again.
My apologies.
I'm okay with that. That's cool.
Councillor Blizzard.
I guess just to clarify, so if this hadn't been already under DCA 19, would this, the way the change has been made, would it be an RC district?
Through your so the lands are currently zoned
Can you bring
RC.
your microphone closer to your mouth?
Yep. So the lands are currently zoned RC. The application before council today would redistrict them to DCA 19. If the lands are not redistricted, they would remain as the RC district.
Oh, they're RC right now.
That's correct.
They're not urban reserve. Okay. Okay, just wanted to check.
Okay. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's possible to get a bit of breakdown of Sienna for, say, all lots that is a certain subdivision application or per subdivision application that would be considered low density and medium density. I don't think there's any high density in Sienna, but just to give us an idea of how much of each that we're looking at when it comes forward to add something like this, where we can see the amount of houses to be included per section here.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Nguyen, if you look on...
Oh, did I miss it?
So I believe it's Appendix D, and then there's the outline, Sienna outline plan. So everything in yellow is considered to be low density. So that could be, that's typically single detached as a predominant housing form, and then you would get semi-detached, which would be like a duplex. And there could be threeplexes, townhouses in there as well.
Right. Is there any applicability for your department to further classify, say, like 8.5 meter lot widths and below, and then 8.5 to 10.5, so we kind of have an idea of, you know, how small and how many of that size pockets are being added, or on like a rolling average basis?
Through you, Your Worship, if I understand your question, are you suggesting that we have a further breakdown in terms of districting that would delineate the lot widths, or I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Well, I guess my main objective is to just have a clear picture, say in Sienna, of, you know, how many small lots that we have, so we can see how many more small lots we're adding, for example. And then if even if it might help us if we saw how many pie-shaped lots there are and how many pie-shaped we're adding per redistricting. Seems like that to me would be a bit valuable information. Or is that something that you guys could provide us?
Through you, Worship. So right now, when you refer to the 8.5 meter width, currently the land use bylaw does not allow that, except for what would be approved under this district if it were amended, and then the previous direct control as well. As it stands right now, the land use bylaw does have a variety of widths, and it also provides the freedom of the developer to, they don't necessarily have to develop to the minimum. So the land use bylaw sets out what the minimum lot widths are. So it would be difficult to us to just assume that everything's going to be developed out to the minimum.
Yeah, I see. Okay, thank you.
Through your worship, if I may add to Councillor Nguyen, in the Sienna outline plan, it does provide a breakdown of the existing single detached and duplex units, the existing townhouse units, as well as a projected future quantity of units. So you can get a sense of the neighborhood that way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, both TJ and Greg.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't appear as though there's any additional questions, so I will close the public hearing for bylaw C822, and we will go into business arising from the public hearing. So I'm not sure which one of you wants to take it.
TJ, would you like the honors?
That would be great. I will just bring up the motion and share my screen here. So as mentioned in the public hearing presentation, the recommended motion before council today, and I won't pain council with the section by section breakdown, is that council amend bylaw C8-22 as submitted by the applicant in their public hearing submission. Further, that council give second reading to bylaw C8-22 as amended, and then close with third reading of bylaw C8-22.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this point in time, I would take a motion. Somebody would like to put the motion on. Councillor Macon.
I'll make the motion that council amend bylaw C822 as amending section 1A as presented.
All right, thank you very much. I'll accept that motion. Would you like to speak in favor of it?
I guess only to say that along with the RC that we approved just to the north of it, I think that continuing on in this area and getting it done in this construction season will be great for the area, and I don't have any concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the motion has been accepted. It's been spoken in favor. It's open for discussion and debate. Okay, not seeing anything. Anything on close, Councillor Macon?
I do not.
All right, thank you. The motion is now closed for the amendments. Please cast your vote. Okay, that is carried unanimously. Did you want to go on with second and third? Or?
I can, yeah. I'll make the motion that council give second reading to bylaw C822 to amend land use bylaw C2320 by adding direct control administration district DCA 19, Sienna Residential District as amended.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak in favor?
I'm good, thank you.
Is there any discussion or debate? Not seeing any. Anything on close?
I'm good.
Thank you. The motion is now closed for second reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Did you want to proceed?
I'll make the motion that council give third reading to bylaw C822 to amend land use bylaw C2320 by adding direct control administration district DCA 19, Sienna Residential District.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak in favor?
I'm good, thank you.
It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing any. Anything on close?
Nothing, thanks.
Thank you. The motion is now closed for third reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So the next one that we have is public hearing number 3 for bylaw C12-22, amending the land use bylaw C23-20. We have Craig Thomas presenting, so same process as before. They will present. Anybody who is registered following questions of them will have an opportunity to speak in favor or opposed and be allowed to ask questions. Following that, we will close the public hearing and go into business arising from the public hearing. So welcome, Cherie.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of current and long-range planning, and I'm here to present bylaw C1222 that redistricts lands in South Fort Meadows Stage 8. The lands to be redistricted are in South Fort Meadows community as shown on this aerial map. The redistricting application was submitted by Altera Engineering Limited on behalf of South Fort Development Corporation. Bylaw C1222 will redistrict lands from UR Urban Reserve to RC Comprehensively Planned Residential District and R1 Single Detached Residential District for Low Density Residential Development, RMM Medium Density Multiple Residential District for Medium Density Residential Development. South Fort Meadows 8 redistricting application complies with the city's planning policies. The Municipal Development Plan designates this area as developing neighborhoods and node. The MDP speaks to the diversity of housing types and choice for residents in the city's developing areas. Nodes are to accommodate street-oriented, pedestrian-friendly, medium and high-density residential and mixed-use developments. The area structure plan identifies general locations for residential, commercial, and parks development as well as major roadways. The South Fort Area Structure Plan designates this area as low-density residential and medium-density residential as shown in yellow and orange respectively. Low-density residential typically includes single-detached, semi-detached, and multi-attached housing that does not exceed 35 dwelling units per net residential hectare. Medium density residential includes multi-attached housing that is between 35 to 70 dwelling units per net residential hectare. The outline plan includes details such as block configuration, local road, lane, and walkway locations, and more articulated areas for parks, utilities, and institutional uses. The South Fort Ridge Meadows outline plan designates this area as low-density residential and medium-density residential, as shown in yellow and orange. The medium-density residential site will have street-oriented, pedestrian-friendly development with potential opportunity for mixed use. Bylaw C-1222 will rezone the lands from UR Urban Reserve to RC Comprehensively Planned Residential District, R1 Single Detached Residential District, and RMM Medium Density Multiple Residential District. Area to the north of RC District or RCD districting is proposed for DC 820 Urban Character Lot Development under a separate application. A subdivision application is received for the portion of the lands for RC redistricting. The east-west block, as I'm indicating here, is proposed for single and semi-detached residential development, whereas the north-south block is proposed for single detached development with varying lot widths. This application is currently under administration's review, and plan could change subject to administration's review or at the discretion of the applicant. Subdivision applications are not received for the rest of the area under this redistricting. Following first reading, a public hearing was advertised in Fort Record for 2 consecutive weeks. Landowners within 100 meters of property were mailed a notice. One response was received and it was shared with council. A copy of a proposed bylaw was made available on the city's website. Public hearing was advertised on the city's social media accounts as well. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Ms. Shindy, Appendix D, proposed ridge development, shows 3 blocks that have been identified in that particular outline plan map. And it includes some of the things that will be subject to, I guess, what would be considered to be the applicant's other application for zero lot line that's consistent with the other's lot line. Why is there this difference? In the map you just showed us excluded that section, but this one here doesn't. Why is that? It shows all 3. Look at Appendix D, and you see the blocking around the areas in the map. So I'd like you to explain that.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, if I understand your question correctly, are you speaking to the area where the RC redistricting is?
Well, bring up the map. That map is there. Well, yeah, but that map is not in our package. Our package has a block in that area. So see where the legend is, and there's the purple line around some of the lots, but not all of the lots. So what's in our package is different than that. Why is that?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, it's just...
It's Harris, by the way.
Sorry, Councillor Harris. My apologies. It's just we do different mapping at the time of when we put together the agenda and when we put together presentations. So just the presentation difference, we just use more generalistic rectangles in the package.
I would suggest, and I'm asking the question, is it possible that the information you present at this particular public hearing be consistent with the information that we have in our packages? Is that a reasonable thing to expect? And that information may remain consistent, because we got different maps in here.
Mr. Thomas.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris.
Thanks.
Yeah, I do see the difference, and I can understand where there could be some confusion, so we can make that adjustment in the future.
Do you agree that it is potentially confusing when we talk about the DC zoning that was going on, and then from whatever it was? So everything that we've heard today has been somewhat confusing until we get down to it. So this is confusing my mind. That's why I'm asking the question if there is a way to make that map information consistent.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
What is the minimum lot width for a single family home in the RC district?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, for single detached house in RC district, minimum lot width is 9.1 meter.
9.1, okay. And what about in the R1?
It's 11 meters.
11 even, okay. Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, clarifying questions?
Just one quick question. Thank you for your presentation, Shri. So we got a submission from a resident that was opposed to this redistriction, especially the medium, the RMM one. I know that we can have three different types of housing there. Do we know what the applicants is going to be building in this specific one?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, in our initial conversations, the applicant had mentioned the townhouse kind of a product. We haven't seen the actual development permit application, so perhaps you could ask the question of applicant at the public hearing itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Very quick question. We do, in fact, Mayor Catcher, have the app council this afternoon. I have questions that I would prefer to direct to the applicant rather than administration.
That's correct. Mr. Usnick is registered to speak once we get to that point.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there doesn't appear to be any additional questions at this point in time. So I will invite those who are registered to speak. If you would like to come on from Strata. So same process, state your name, who you're with, and you will, and if you're in favor or opposed, and you will have 5 minutes to present. So welcome.
Sorry, I'm just pull up the presentation. And my name is Andrew Usnick with South Fort Development Corporation, speaking in favor of the bylaw. All right. Today's applications are a continuation of our commitment to build a strong and desirable neighborhood where all housing products and all types of family are welcomed. For bylaw C-1222, we've designated future development lands for R1 for larger lot single family, RC for single family and duplex, as well as RMM for a private townhouse site. There was a question from council at first reading regarding the RMM site and if South Fort Development Corporation intended to build that site out ourselves. We are strictly a land development company, so we do not participate in the construction of any housing products. The proposed RMM site is under purchase agreement with a builder that intends on building a townhouse site that would be condominiumized. Once the land is serviced, they will be required to submit a development permit application that is reviewed by administration to ensure it complies with all bylaws, as well as the minimum density target assigned to a site within RMM zoning. To be transparent, I also want to inform council that during the circulation process for this application, we inquired about expanding the area to be designated R1 for large lot single family. We were told by administration that we were too far along in circulation to be able to add that change, which was a completely fair comment based on the timelines. That being said, council should be aware that we will be returning later this year with an application to rezone these lands as shown in a separate application because we were not able to include them in bylaw C-1222. I wanted to show some additional context of the surrounding neighborhood and details of the actual housing product we are proposing to build within these applications. What is shown on the screen is our South Fort Meadows marketing plan, with the brighter yellow lots already constructed and the paler yellow blocks showing locations for future development. As you can see, our plan for R1, RC, and RMM product is thoughtfully integrated into different parts of the community adjacent to the existing development. I thought it was important to also include the location of our proposed DCA 20 as part of this diagram. While it is not part of the bylaw we are discussing right now, it will be the next item on tonight's council agenda. Its location and product type is important when we talk about transitioning between different housing products within the same neighborhood. To add another level of detail, I'm now showing the actual housing product that is proposed within these areas in black text. The housing products shown in red text are existing adjacent development already within the community. Townhouse, front attached duplex, rear attached duplex, rear detached zero lot line, double car garage front attached single, triple car garage front attached single, and front attached estate single family. We are building one of the most housing diverse communities, not just in Fort Saskatchewan, but within the entire Edmonton region. We hope for council's support tonight to continue building a place that is inclusive to all different families and residents of Fort Saskatchewan. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to go to Councillor Kelly. You were first, since you had said you wanted to ask the presenter questions, so go ahead.
You bet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Andrew. Can you go back to thank you? The area for RC, and the print on my screen is small and my vision not that great. So duplex and double car garage front attached for that the entire RC area. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, right now we are proposing duplex only in the most northern block. I don't know if you can see my cursor.
I can, thank you.
That is, and then the rest of the area in orange would be double car garage single family.
And both duplex and the single family or standalone would be front garage.
Correct. On this block here where we have the duplex, it is actually a combination of both duplex and double car garage front attached. So it's not strictly just duplex. We've actually mixed the product in to add interest to the streetscape and slightly lower the density. Whereas on the other parts of the area orange, it is just strictly double car garage single family, and there's no duplex within those blocks.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that answer.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're next. Just a second. Not fast enough.
Talking too fast. So for the RMM district, will that have self-contained parking like most of our townhouse areas do, that they would park in their unit? There would be some guest parking. There would be some rent extra spots available for rent so that we don't have it spilled out all over the streets?
Yes, that's correct. An RMM site is a private site, so the builder or developer, whatever you want to call it, of that site is also required to build private roads within the site that the city does not maintain. And in addition to that, there are parking minimums and requirements for guest parking, again, contained within the site.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Andrew. I think you're very thorough, and thank you for adding the future proposed redistricting here as well. My question just has to do with the RMM site as well. I think you mentioned the term a town zone or expected townhouse to be condominiumized. Was that the term you used, and can you tell me what that means?
Yes, absolutely. So on a site this large, there's not one individual title that covers all of the different units. So each individual unit will have its own title, and the road inside the unit is common property. And again, as I mentioned before, that's not the responsibility of the city to maintain, or something like going into that private road to do garbage disposal. So what happens is each individual unit within that condominiumized site is assigned a unit value, and then they all collectively pay condo fees that go towards maintaining the road, having insurance coverage on the road, snow removal, garbage collection. So those are all activities on a public road that the city of Fort Saskatchewan would be doing, but on a private site, that cost and responsibility is left to the individual owners.
Right, thank you. So my confusion just lied in the term condo, which I envision to be a 4-story apartment building. So I see that it's a townhouse product. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I've got one question for you, Mr. Usnick. So when I look at the entire site that you're showing on here, so you've got triple car garage, you've got basically estate lots, and then you've got some zero lot lines, and you've got some duplexes. How do you find it, how complicated it is to meet the density targets with having the estate lots and the larger lots?
Certainly, it is a challenge for us compared to other communities we build in. The entire area of South Fort Estates is built out around 3 to 5 units per net developable hectare, and our density target is 28. So by building that part of the community, we are significantly below our density target. And furthermore, as I believe council is aware, we're the only community, or the new community in Fort Saskatchewan, that is also building a significant amount of triple car garage product. And that product is around 17 to 18 units per net developable hectare. So once again, quite a bit below that 28 target that we need to hit as the average for our entire community. So the trade-off is we absolutely want to continue offering large product because we see a market there, and we've spent a lot of time investing into this large product so that people feel like they can purchase and have their home value protected. But we do need to balance that with denser products, so then we can meet our mandated density minimum, which is, like I said, not a negotiable thing. It's mandated by the region.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Usnick. Can you tell me in percentage of this whole site what you have in triple car garage, double car garage, townhouses, and zero lot line, if you have the numbers?
I don't have the numbers other than in anticipation of the next public hearing. What we have proposed for zero lot line, if approved, in addition to DC 13, would total 3.3% of the South Fort Meadows Outline Plan. So I prepared that number, anticipating that conversation for the next public hearing. But in terms of actually breaking down the product, I mean, as you can see, everything to the west part of our subdivision is that triple car garage width. So definitely, I would say probably over 50% of our community is triple car garage. But I apologize, I don't have the specific breakdown handy.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, go ahead.
Mayor Catcher, I apologize. I've got a question, but I will wait till administration comes back on to ask the question of them. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put you on the list. Okay, I'm not seeing any additional questions for you, Mr. Usnick. So we will be dealing with this once the public hearing closes. So at this point in time, you can just put your screen down. You can stay on because I know you're registered for the next one as well. All right. So thank you very much. And I would invite Mr. Thomas and Ms. Shindy to return. Okay, and final questions of administration. So Councillor Kelly, you're first up.
I take it then that administration has nothing to add at this juncture?
At this point in time, it would be just questions of council to them, final questions.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Usnick in his presentation referred to the target of 28 units per hectare. 5 years on council, and I still don't quite comprehend where that number comes from. I've been told that the 35 units or the mandate of the AMRB does not apply to this particular area of Fort Saskatchewan because it was part of the planning that pre-existed at the time of the requirements set out by EMRB. So who set, please, and how was it arose, and how did it arise, the goal of 28 units per hectare for an older part of Fort Saskatchewan?
Ms. Shindy, are you able to answer that?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'll try to answer your question. I believe the target comes from the outline plan. So the area structure plan sets the high level direction for the entire neighborhood and the density targets, after which each developer has their own outline plans for their specific communities. And they also have the land use statistics. And so I haven't visited the Meadows outline plan stats lately, but I believe what Mr. Usnick is quoting is the density calculations from the outline plan itself.
And who sets the outline plan, please?
So outline plan is proposed by developer. It has to align with the area structure plan, and it is approved administratively.
Well, we're going in a circle. So once again, please, who was it that determined that this area needed an average of 28 units per hectare?
Is Janelle Smith, are you available? I know you've got history with this. Janelle?
Through your worship. So the EMRB set the density targets for the older areas at 25 to 30. So that target is set by the EMRB. They've since amended their targets for the newer areas. So the annex lands have a higher target of, I believe it's 35 to 50. So the answer to your question is the EMRB.
The EMRB didn't exist then. It was a different organization.
When the area structure plan was amended in 2013, it was the Capital Region Board, which became the Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Board.
So please bear with me. The Capital Region Board told Fort Saskatchewan that we needed what, Janelle, between 25 and 30 for the South Fort area?
Correct.
And how was it that we decided on 28 as opposed to 25?
I believe the Southport ASP's density targets is 25 to 30.
I wonder if it's fair, Mayor Katcher, I'll leave this up to you, if Mr. Usnick would have something to add to this, because I'm still confused.
Mr. Usnick, are you, can you put your screen on? We normally don't have someone come back, but we want to make sure questions are answered. So he's on the screen, so go ahead and ask him your question. Make sure he's got it.
I heard the question.
Did you get it? Okay.
Yeah, and certainly I could provide some context. So when the EMRB growth plan was created, or I guess the most recent growth plan, there was two decisions that were made. First was the new density targets moving forward for new neighborhoods. The second was any existing neighborhoods would be grandfathered in, have their existing density, but they wouldn't be allowed to lower their density without triggering a referral to the EMRB board on whether that area structure plan amendment would be approved or not. So Ms. Smith is correct. The previous target was 25 to 30 for Fort Saskatchewan. The South Fort Area Structure Plan was approved at 28. So when the new EMRB targets were introduced, that 28 was grandfathered in with the condition it could not be lowered without forcing an EMRB decision on that plan amendment.
Thank you, Andrew. I believe it was your organization that that did the estate lots there. So knowing that there was a significant parcel of that land earmarked for estate, why would we have chosen to at that time when we had a choice, not go with 25 and instead go for 28 on average?
Well, I would say respectfully that there were people at the time who did not share our vision for a lower density target, and they felt what was at 28 was the more appropriate number to build a sustainable community, and therefore any way to retroactively pull back that density was not supported. So that is what the approval was advanced with, and because the EMRB now entrenches that grandfathered number, you can go up, but you can't go down, and we don't have aspirations to go up.
Thank you, Andrew. That does help. Appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, for coming back. Are there any final questions of administration? Okay, not seeing any. I will close the public hearing at 4:49, and we will go into business arising from the public hearing. So go ahead, Ms. Shindy.
The motion is that council gives second reading to bylaw C-1222 to amend land use bylaw C-2320 by redistricting part of Southeast Quarter Section 195423 W4M from UR Urban Reserve to RC Comprehensively Planned Residential Reserve to R1 Single Detached Residential District and UR Urban Reserve to RMM Medium Density Multiple Residential District.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're first on the list. Did you want to make the motion?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that council gives second reading to bylaw C-12, amend land use bylaw C-23-20 by redistricting part of Southeast 1/4-19-54-23 W4M be amended to redistrict from.
Present it.
Sounds good.
I'll accept that motion. Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Yep, I agree with this. I think it presents a variety of different products from medium density and single family houses in varying widths. So I think that sounds good.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion is now open for discussion and debate. Anything on close, Councillor Blizzard? So the motion is presented for second reading, is now closed. Please cast your vote.
Your Worship, we're having some technical issues. With the scribe.
Who do you need, or?
I need everyone.
Everyone?
Yes.
All right. So, okay. So we're going to do a show of hands, and I've got Councillor Kelly in my viewpoints. So on second reading, those in favor, please raise your hands. We just raise our hands. Okay. All right. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Would you like to proceed with second? Or third? Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. I'd like to make a motion that C-12- as presented.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak in favor?
Oh, no. Good.
No? Sorry, I forgot we had these in our drawers. So if you want to use them, you will be most welcome to, but Councillor Kelly, you'll be able to use your hands. Is there anything on discussion and debate for third? Not seeing anything on close?
No.
All right, the motion is now closed. Please cast your vote by raising your card. If you're in favor, Councillor Kelly, please raise your hand. All right, so that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Go. That was awkward. All right, do you need us to break for a few minutes, or are you okay? Is eScribe working again?
Yeah, it's now back up again.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so we will continue on with public hearing number 4 for bylaw C1322 to amend land use bylaw C2320. TJ Auer and Craig Thomas presenting.
Before I proceed speaking, can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so it's the same process as before. Administration will speak, provide the presentation. Anyone who is registered will have an opportunity to speak in favor or oppose. Following the presentation and questions, close the public hearing, and we'll go to. So I will open the public hearing at 4:54. Go ahead, Mr. Auer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and honorable members of council. Law C13-22 to amend the land use bylaw to add a new direct control district, DCA 20, street-oriented small lot residential district. Earlier this year, on January 25th, Council approved bylaw C1-22, amending the South Fort Area Structure Plan in preparation for current and future housing trends. On February 8th, Council defeated bylaw C4-22, which proposed adding the RS, street-oriented small lot residential district, to the land use bylaw. And on February 22nd, Council gave first reading to bylaw C13-20, 22 DCA 20 street-oriented small lot residential district. Again, for context, this application is for a direct control district. A direct control district is a unique type of land use district that the Municipal Government Act empowers a council with an approved municipal development plan to add to their land use bylaw. And unlike a conventional land use district, direct controls are applied to a specific area only, and they are for if council wishes to exercise particular control over the use and development of land or buildings within an area of the municipality. The MGA also requires that any direct control district comply with the city's statutory plans, and it empowers council to decide on development permits directly or delegate that authority to administration. That delegation is the A in a DCA district. Bylaw C1-22 amended the South Fort Area Structure Plan to require the updating of stormwater management plans and the identification of proposed locations for any reduced setback housing in the outline plan. The application before council today was submitted prior to the adoption of these amendments and therefore was not subject to them. The timing of this application means that even though it is a direct control district, council does have the ability to approve the district if it wishes. The DCA 20 district permits development that would have been permitted under the RS district. The application for DCA 20 was submitted prior to council's decision regarding bylaw C4-22 for the RS district. DCA 20 application was submitted by Altera Engineering on behalf of the South Fort Development Corporation. Bylaw C13-22 would add a new direct control district to the land use bylaw and rezone land in the South Fort Meadows community to permit the development of rear lane access urban character lots. This map shows the proposed location of DCA 20 in yellow, south of Meadowview Drive, in the South Fort Meadows neighborhood. The lands are currently zoned urban reserve and would be redistricted to DCA 20. This district permits single detached dwellings with rear detached garages. It does not permit attached garages and requires a permeable area between the principal building and garage. A 1.5 meter side yard on one side with a registered access easement and a 0.0 meter setback on the other side. The permitted uses are single detached houses, secondary suites, and home offices with bed and breakfast, group homes, home businesses, show home, and temporary sales centers as discretionary uses. DCA 20 requires a minimum site width of 7.6 meters for interior sites and 9.1 meters for corner sites. There is no maximum lot width within this district. The minimum site depth is 34 meters, consistent with other low-density residential districts in the land use bylaw. It should be noted that fences are not permitted in the front yard or side yard. This means gates between houses are not permitted and fencing can only be within the rear yard. The district also includes a requirement for a 30 square meter permeable area between the principal building and the detached garage. The site coverage is less than comparable single detached districts at 38% for principal buildings over 1 story and 48% for all buildings combined. These regulations are intended to improve the drainage capacity of each lot. The proposed location for DCA 20 is under the Southport Area Structure Plan. It is identified as low density residential, meaning it does not exceed a density of 35 dwelling units per net residential hectare. The proposed location is under the Southport Ridge Meadows Outline Plan. As you can see on the map, these are low density lane accessed lots. Administration's position regarding the zero lot line development pattern remains unchanged. The proposed district is substantially similar to the proposed RS street-oriented small lot residential district and would permit the same pattern of development. The applicant has not resolved the issues identified in the RS district report and presentation. The applicant has not demonstrated the need for the removal of one side yard development standard. Single detached houses can be developed on 7.6 meter lots without the waiving of this development standard, and the same building pocket or house width permitted by this district can be developed with conventional setbacks on an 8.5 meter lot. It is the waiving of the side yard development standard and result of 2 buildings sharing one side yard that creates the subsequent challenges regarding drainage, resident awareness, education, and potentially development enforcement identified by administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I will open it up to questions. Okay, I can start first if, so in the July report, I have to go back to the July report. The July report was overwhelmingly supporting this with recommendations for the ASP amendments, which were done. So I guess I keep coming back to the question, what has changed administration's minds so significantly?
To your worship, there were some challenges identified in the July report, and since then, administration received additional information and did additional analysis that resulted in the position before council today, which has been the position forwarded on multiple zero lot line applications since then. So it was the collection of additional information and additional analysis.
Okay, so my next question comes to with this analysis that you did, knowing Spruce Grove was included in that and the issues that they were having. So I guess the question is, when you take into the analysis that they had single, duplex, townhouses, rear facing, front facing, all sorts of things. It was a real mishmash. So when you did the analysis, did you take that into consideration and then go back to them and ask them what they were doing differently or what they would do differently if they're still doing them?
To your worship, we did take into account the Greenbury pilot project, as that was what was analyzed at that time. Regardless of the type of housing stock that was being developed as a zero lot line concept, that wouldn't impact the issues regarding resident awareness and the subsequent development compliance issues.
Okay, I'll go on to Councillor Abatoye, and I'll probably come back to you. Go ahead, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation again, TJ. Just a few questions. So during your presentation, and I'm sorry if I missed this, you said the applicant was proposing changes in the outline plan. Did you say that? And I think I missed that comment.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, no, the applicant is not proposing changes within the outline plan. I believe you may be referring to my reference that the bylaw C1-22 that amended the South Fort area structure plan would require the updating of stormwater management plans and identification of locations for reduced setback housing, but that this application was not subject to that those amendments because it was submitted prior to those amendments being adopted.
Right, thank you. I just missed that comment. Thank you. So the second thing is, so you said this application has no maximum width. What does that mean? Because I mean, I know the other applications we have seen under this district is all had maximum width, maximum lots width.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, it is not uncommon for residential districts to not include a maximum lot width. Some choose to include them in their application, others choose not to. The implication is that simply that there is no maximum lot width, so a large lot could be developed, although typically we see development within a reasonable range of the minimum lot width, whether a maximum is included or not.
Right, thank you. And just the final question. So you had said that with this application, the building is usually between 38 to 48%, depending on if the garage is included. What would be the standard conventional housing size for this type of what's the number for standard housing? Do you know?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I'm not certain I understand your question.
So when you were doing your presentation, you said that the building on the lots will be 38% of the total lot, right? And then if the garage was included, it goes to 48% of the total lot. Am I right?
Oh, yeah. So yes, so the regulations in the district for a building over 1 story limit the maximum area of the site it can take up to 38%. And then for all buildings, it limits it to 48%. So that would be the garage and any other structures on site. So that is just a maximum, and that is something that the applicant has included in combination with the permeability regulation to try and improve the site drainage in response to requests from administration.
So is that consistent with all housing types, or just this housing type?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, that maximum is slightly lower than we have in other single detached residential districts in the land use bylaw. Typically, I believe the maximum coverage for all buildings ranges between 53 and 57%, if I'm recalling correctly.
All right, thank you so much.
With the exception of the residential estates district that has a much lower site coverage.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a couple more questions. So I'm going back to the July report. In the July report, administration recommended doing amendments or doing at the area structure plan amendments, and those have been approved. So does that not satisfy part of what administration was looking for?
To your worship, as stated in the presentation, with this application timing, it is not subject to those amendments.
Okay. And okay. I'll leave my other questions for later. Right. Thank you. Did I see Councillor Kelly's light on and off? Pardon?
Sorry, the request was canceled.
Oh, the request was canceled. Oh, okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell here. Okay. Thank you. All right, that looks like all the questions for administration at this point in time. So I would invite those who are registered to speak. Mr. Usnick, you can come on, and same process as I'd indicated before. State your name, who you're with, and you will have 5 minutes and then questions following that. So go ahead and you can state your name.
I'm Andrew Usnick with South Fort Development Corporation, speaking in favor of the bylaw. And just bear with me here one more time. Okay. At the February 8th meeting, Council defeated the creation of the RS District. But councillors who voted to defeat the motion made comments during closing that highlighted their belief that there is still a place for zero lot line housing through direct control zoning in locations that also incorporate large lot housing products. That is why we are presenting here tonight. DC 13 featured 117 lots, some of which that are still not built out. However, those are in areas outside South Fort Meadows with different developers, and I hope they're not a consideration in tonight's discussion, as we have no control over these different communities. We no longer have a supply of this housing product, and even with approval today, the earliest you would see a home in the proposed area is summer 2023. We're happy to say the experience with DC 13 in our community has been positive. In addition to a collection of happy residents, we are aware of no drainage issues, which was confirmed to us by the city's planning department. We have also successfully incorporated this product into a street with many larger lot products. The commitment with this housing product has always been an evolution. For that reason, there are several regulations in DC 20 added to improve on DC 13, all of which were requests of your administration, specifically increasing the front setback to 3.5 meters, restricting hard surfaces in the backyard, and most importantly, decreasing the maximum site coverage to 48%. This regulation was not part of the proposed RS district. If approved, it would mean the maximum footprint of the house would be around 10% less than DC 13, making it a very significant change. Through the process, there have been questions about increasing the side yard setback from 1.5 meters. The 1.5 meter side yard dimension originated from the City of Edmonton engineering staff when the product was introduced 12 years ago, and it was their recommendation that this was the appropriate dimension. Over a decade of building this product, the drainage that was observed validated that hypothesis, which is why that dimension still exists today and is carried over to new municipalities adopting the housing product. Needless to say, a municipality's engineering staff's interests do not lie in selling houses, but rather ensuring appropriate city infrastructure. So for this to be conceptualized and proven by engineers not associated with land developers is a strong endorsement. Also, please keep in mind, the interior units on a townhouse have a 0 meter side yard and still function properly. That being said, we heard council's concern for potential draining issues, and that's why we've added the aforementioned regulation, even though we've observed no drainage issues on Meadowview Drive, including during spring 21 thaw when almost all houses were built. Instead of increasing the side yard, we've increased the amount of permeable space on the lot, so more stormwater can be absorbed in soft landscaping, therefore decreasing the drainage load on that side yard. The image shown here is an illustration of what these new regulations will mean to the build-out of the housing product compared to DC 13. As you can see, reducing the site coverage has a big impact on how much permeable space exists on the lot. In a previous public hearing, I showed an image showing the various housing products in South Fort Meadows. If council approves our application tonight, the areas of DC 13 and 20 would result in a combined 3.3% of the South Fort Meadows outline plan being zero lot line product. The remaining 96.7% being a diverse variety of traditional housing products. 6 weeks ago, council received letters from 10 families that lived on Meadowview Drive that supported the continuation of zero lot line housing product. What is being proposed tonight is directly behind those houses, and the proximity to existing zero lot line products will enable residents to develop a shared understanding as those directly across the lane from them. We continue to hear Council's concern about homeowner education. Moving forward, builders and their realtors will need to get their purchasers to read and sign the information disclosure package about zero lot line housing as a requirement of receiving back their security deposit from the lot purchase. This will ensure that information is conveyed to new homeowners, even though we do not typically speak to them directly through that process. To conclude, I want to revisit the 4 concerns identified with future zero lot line housing. Housing diversity and affordability are not concerns in the context of the South Fort Meadows community, given the other housing products we continue to build. For stormwater management, we are not proposing any additional density in this application, and we have incorporated the regulations your admin have requested to ensure more permeable space on the lot to improve drainage. For education, our system, tying the builder's security deposit, will allow us to confirm that information has been received by the homeowners. We understand the reasons that Council was not comfortable making zero lot line a conventional district that could be applied everywhere in Fort Saskatchewan. But the message we heard was this housing product still belongs in Fort Saskatchewan in limited quantities where it made sense. Our application was put together to thoughtfully address the comments we received from Council and administration, and we hope Council will support given those efforts made. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Usnick. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thank you. You mentioned, and I forget already, Andrew, this particular application would include how many lots as proposed by yourself?
I'm just pulling up another sheet. The subdivision that we have submitted to administration includes 32 zero lot line, with 7 of them being pie lots. So with the 7 being pie lots, there is a very strong likelihood that either the garage will be widened to the point where it's a larger garage, or in some cases wide enough to be a triple car garage based on the dimensions of the pie.
And if you were to take this same development or proposal, exclude the pie lots and bring the rest of them up to 8.5 meters width, how would that affect your development proposal?
When you say affect the development, do you mean our plans for construction this year or the impact to the eventual homeowner?
Anything you'd like to put in your response. So consider that very general.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll start with the first one. Given the time of year, if we are defeated tonight, it's not very likely that we'll be able to advance a new application to construct anything this year, because of course we can't just build half of a road and leave the other half unfinished. So we would likely look at redoing this application and turning it to duplex product, which would be the same lot dimensions and same number of units, but realistically we would not be able to build anything discussed tonight until 2023. In terms of the impact to the homeowner, really to simplify it, it comes down to 2 things. When council read those 10 letters from the residents, one thing that at least stuck out to me was how many of them mentioned the fact that they chose the single family lot with the 1 side yard because they were looking for something with lower maintenance that was still single family. And I think we can all agree a 1.2 meter side yard doesn't have a ton of function. It's very difficult to grow grass there, and if you use it for any significant storage, it's no longer a pathway. So what really revealed itself from those letters is people saw value in the fact that there was 1 less side yard. And if not approved tonight, we wouldn't be able to offer that as one of the products in our community. And then the second big one is price. So our sale price for lots in South Fort Meadows this year is $4,200 for every foot of width of lot. So if you were to build the exact same house on a traditional single family versus a zero lot line, there would be 3 less feet of lot, which would be 4,200 times 3, and a $12,600 savings on the lot. Now, if you can recall from previous discussions, anytime you have a house that is closer than 2.4 meters from the next house, the building code requires extra fire rating. So when speaking to one of our builders yesterday, based on current material prices, he estimates the additional cost to fire rate that unit around $2,500. So if there is a cost savings on the lot of 12,600 and an approximate construction cost of 2,500, basically you're looking at a $10,000 delta. And I don't think it's any secret with 4 scheduled rate hikes this year, $10,000 is a difference that some homeowners will weigh heavy with. And then again, like I said, the choice option is kind of reduced there. So I hope that answers your question in many ways.
I appreciate the response, Andrew. I'll speak to my concerns with your response in the next section of the meeting, but very much appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
Hi. How many urban character lots does South Fort Development Corp have right now?
Right now, 38.
And are they all built?
Correct. The last unit was there's 1 unit under construction. 37 of them were occupied by September or October, I believe, was the last sale.
And I'm assuming you were listening to our previous discussions on some of these products that were brought forward by the previous developer. So one of the requirements was supposed to be that area between the houses remains empty, and yet I know I drove by that area. There's fences, gates, private areas, air conditioners all along there.
So to speak to that, there is 1 air conditioning unit in the side yard, but that lot is not a zero lot line lot, because the first lot in every start of a block needs to be a traditional single family, because you can't have a house sited directly on top of the lane. So the air conditioning unit that exists inside that side yard is actually not a zero lot line lot. But again, in the context when you drive through, everything basically looks consistent. So it would be tough to identify that without someone pointing it out. In terms of the fencing issue, Fort Saskatchewan is unique to the other municipalities we work in. In the other municipalities we work in, they have different definitions for fence and gate. Whereas a fence is something that cannot be moved, it's a barrier that exists, and a gate is something that may have visual screening and it provides security, but at any point it can be opened up to provide access to that area. So, we build this product in Edmonton, Strathcona, and St. Albert. And in all those cases, they define a gate as something different than a fence. So it was a little bit confusing on our end, going through this process when administration explained that to us, because that's not an issue we see otherwise. And in every other municipality, that issue would be deemed compliant, because again, those are gates where the access can still be accessed if there is a need.
So in the other communities, they can also put fences on over that, what do you call it, right of way, the area, because it seems like I drove by them and most of them don't have that. They have fences that block in even that right of way as their own personal use.
In the form of a question.
The units on Meadowview Drive. Oh, sorry.
Could you repeat
I missed that last.
Sorry. Could you repeat your answer?
Yes. So on Meadowview Drive, the fencing that is visible they are gates. Now, some of them appear to be fences because the handle to the gate is not pronounced, but that's just because the housing style that homeowner chose was something a little more modern and clean. But those are gates that open, not fences that restrict access.
I'm actually talking about the fences going from the house to the garage. But anyway, that's okay. I have one more. Do you want me to go around?
No, go ahead.
So you mentioned needing extra fire code if there's 2.4 meters between the houses. So you don't need extra fire code materials for a house that's 1.5 meters?
Yes, you do. Anything under 2.4 meters, regardless of the housing product, triggers that requirement in the building code.
So really that price is redundant for the argument of zero lot line or 2.4, correct?
Well, at 2.4, that's when the cost is no longer required.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it for now.
Thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you again for your presentation. Two quick questions. So you had mentioned you have 38 of these zero lot lines. What's the occupancy rates for those?
37 are occupied, and one is under construction that is pre-sold.
Okay. My second question, so you talked about requiring builders and realtors to do something before they can get their deposit back. Can you elaborate on that? And then my second question, still on the same subject, is how do we hold, assuming this goes through, how do we hold you accountable for it? Because I mean, talk is cheap, right? How do we hold you accountable for that?
Absolutely. So I'll answer your first question. Just to kind of go back, so, and I think this has been discussed at some of the other meetings, one of the difficulties with any housing product is typically the land developer isn't the point of sales for the homeowner. And often it's not even the builder. Often it's their salesperson or their realtor. So there's a few layers in between that. So hearing council's concerns over this issue, we felt the level of education on Meadowview Drive was quite good, but regardless, we still heard the concerns from council. So what we thought would be a creative way to address this is when we sell a lot to a builder, we collect a financial deposit on that purchase that covers, a few things, but that is a direct line of sight we have with the builder. So we have the ability as the developer, when we sign a purchase agreement, to say, hey, one of the requirements of this deposit is that we need to receive back confirmation from whoever you sell this lot to that they've read this and signed off on it so that they have that understanding. And then by extension, when the builder is working with their sales staff or their realtor, I mean, they're not going to want to walk away from what is a significant amount of money. So we have a high level of confidence that that message will get conveyed. By coincidence, the two builders that would be building this product actually use the same realtor for sales. So really, we're talking about one point of sales, regardless of the builder. So between that and between tying it to a security deposit, we really feel strongly that we've built a system that can ensure that connection is made, even though that we're not the ones specifically talking to the people. And sorry, the second question was, how do you hold our hands to the fire on this? I mean, we have been developing in Fort Saskatchewan for over 30 years, and I think our track record has spoken for itself. There have been many issues that have come up after the fact where development has been completed, and we do not just walk away from that, and we have not walked away from that. And, I hope that our reputation has earned us that trust, because certainly we've been partners building the city for many decades now.
Are you good? Okay, thank you. Okay, I've got a couple questions. So, on the zero lot line product that you have, did you build a show home so that it can be, people can come in and actually see what they're looking at buying or purchasing?
We didn't have a show home in terms of something that was traditional where there was designated hours. What our builders did was they built a completed unit that could be viewed at any time. Because again, our builders were specifically using realtors for sales. So having that completed unit gave them a snapshot of what all the units under construction would look like, which was what they based their negotiations over.
Okay, I was just curious on that. Last question that I have for you. So from back in July of 2021, when there was a report that said something was supported, and then there was a bunch of analysis done, can you give me your interpretation of, so the analysis that was done with other municipalities, what do you feel that you've done differently or better, and that maybe, speaks to that analysis?
Well, I mean, my recollection of the conversation is very much consistent in what administration gave as their answer. There was support for this product in July from administration, and that changed. And so when we asked administration what was the reason for that change, they let us know that there was additional information in terms of a survey from Spruce Grove that gave them additional concerns that made them change their mind. But I think it's really important to note in Spruce Grove, they allowed zero lot line with a lane, zero lot line without a lane, zero lot line duplex, and zero lot line townhouse, and all facing each other on the same road. And I do not mean to be disrespectful to any other developers, but that is an intensity that is not practical, which I think is the reason why, even going back to DC 13, the only proposed product type that was brought to the table was zero lot line, single family with access from the rear lane. Just because having a huge convergence of driveways onto the same road facing each other would just cause parking issues and snow removal issues that were beyond what I think is reasonable or justifiable. So it doesn't surprise me to hear that. I haven't seen the survey myself personally from Spruce Grove, but it certainly doesn't surprise me to hear that the experience there had difficulties. But I don't think that's indicative of the experience we've had in Fort Saskatchewan. And I think the fact that 10 people wrote in support 6 weeks ago of this product who lived there, I mean, that's a rare thing. I mean, I made the comment last public hearing that when you have a public hearing, you'll usually have people ready to speak against it. But if someone supports it, they'll just kind of sit that one out. To get the direct feedback from the residents of Fort Saskatchewan and not from Spruce Grove, I think that was more indicative of what we've built out here. And again, administration has confirmed to me that there have been no drainage issues observed on what we've built on Meadowview Drive. So while we want to continue to be mindful of stopping any of those drainage issues before they happen, I don't think we can come to this conclusion that they will happen when so far that's not the evidence we've seen.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Just a very quick question. What was the timeline for the build out of the 37, 38 that were previously built on Meadowview Drive? Just to give us an idea of how quick this product can go up if there is quite a demand for it, like you say.
Yeah, I think the full cycle is around 18 months. Back in 2019, I think a lot of people were bullish on the market, but we saw strength there, and so did our builders. And so they were very aggressive bringing this this product to market. And, you know, I think we were all validated with that decision. In the past 2 years, the two best-selling products in our neighborhood have been zero lot line and triple car garage. So there are cheaper options than zero lot line in duplex, but they didn't sell more. And there's cheaper options in triple car garage, but they didn't sell more either. So I don't think it's just simple as dollars and cents and the cheapest wins. In our community, our experience has been those are the two products that people want to buy today. And they're very different buyers, but that's what we've seen.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't believe there's any additional questions for you at this time. So you can just put your screen down and I will invite our administration to come back. Thank you very much. And for any final questions. Okay. Councillor Macon, we'll just wait for Craig to sit down. All right, go ahead, Councillor Macon. Final questions?
Sure, I just have a couple. So just based on the last presenter, can you confirm that planning indicated there was no drainage issues on, is it Meadow Lake Drive? Whatever their last development was of zero lot lines? Meadowview, thank you.
Through your worship, Councillor Macon, I was waiting if Mr. Auer had a response.
No, I was going to defer that to you, Mr. Thomas.
My apologies. There was, and I think this was spoken to previously, but during construction, I think there was an instance where there was some grading issues, but I think they were resolved. I think at this point, you know, I don't think we have specifically seen any other issues over and above that. However, typically, these things tend to happen over time as well. And ultimately, if you have a lot with appropriate side yards and it's graded properly, you know, the homeowner can do things on the site which can affect that grading. Again, I think we would need more time to really be able to properly assess this particular situation.
Okay, and then my next question is on the gate. So hearing that we differ than the regional communities, I guess I just would love to hear your thoughts on that. And maybe from the perspective is, what is the point that a gate would not be allowable there? As Andrew had mentioned, it does still allow access to both parties. So I guess where we differ from other communities, I guess what is the point of the gate itself not being allowed if it does in fact allow access?
So I'll start through you, Your Worship, Councillor Macon. So through this process, we have talked and we do talk regularly with our colleagues in other municipalities. And we've had conversations very specific about the zero lot line scenario. Specifically, I know when we've talked to St. Albert and Spruce Grove, their understanding is that a gate, I'm sorry, is that better?
Get it close.
Okay. Their understanding was that a gate would not be allowed within the side yard. Looking at the definition of a fence in St. Albert, it refers to a vertical physical barrier to provide for a visual screen. They don't have a specific definition for a gate. Edmonton is fairly similar. It refers to a structure that's constructed at ground level to provide visual screening or to delineate or mark a boundary. By nature, a fence is something that delineates territory or a boundary, and a gate is often typical of that or part and parcel of that. So our interpretation is that a gate and a fence are one of the same. And because it is an access easement or a maintenance easement, we want to make sure that there's unobstructed access to that. So if it does have a gate, say a future buyer may understand that as them not having access to it, or if somebody's maybe not familiar with what the easement says, perhaps an owner might get into an argument with the adjacent neighbor to prevent access. Just as another point there, in Spruce Grove, there was a civil case with respect to the access agreement in terms of the legalities around that.
I have one more question, but I can come back.
I'll just see. I think TJ might want to add.
Oh, okay. Thanks, TJ.
Yeah, and thank you, and through your worship to Councillor Macon, I would echo all of Mr. Thomas's comments, and from a development standpoint, the functional difference between a fence and a gate is very limited, and from a operational sort of standpoint on site, a gate is only one block away from becoming a fence immediately. So that sort of discrepancy really makes it from a development standpoint the same outcome. So
okay. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to word this quite correctly. I'm just looking for, I guess, your thoughts on, we're stopping this development at the development phase for, say, drainage or educational reasons, but are those concepts the developer's responsibility? So drainage, yes, but then drainage can be changed by the builder and how the finishing is done on the property. So, and the easement and that information seems more like at the real estate part of this journey for a home build. So I guess we're putting it all on the developer, but is that the right place to kind of stop it at? I guess I don't know if I'm wording that correctly.
Through your worship, Councillor Macon, and I'll let my colleague go speak after, but no, I think what the issue here is this particular district, or the zero lot line concept, allows for, and again, we've talked about this, where you're completely waiving, you're giving a 100% variance to a side yard. And by doing that, that's what's creating the issues. So in terms of the resident awareness, I understand that, yes, the developer can do everything that they can, but that property is going to exist, you know, forever, kind of thing. So because of the siting of the house on the property, it is more conducive to have certain issues associated with it.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is, of the 119 lots that were redistricted in 2019 for zero lot line, how many occupancy permits have we issued? I believe it was 40 something. I just couldn't remember.
So just maybe as a procedural, I will let Mr. Auer go first, because I think he did also want to add to the previous question. So I'll let him answer first, and then I'll go after him.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I believe we had indicated 46 at the time of first reading. I'm not sure if that has changed since then.
So do we know, because Mr. Andrew just talked about 38 that have been built out by them. So do we know why the others are not being built out? Because it's been 3 years now, right?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, while we don't know the exact reason for why they have not been built out, there are a variety of factors that influence some redistricting take place many years prior to development. It's a matter of timing in terms of uptake on previous development, on the infrastructure that needs to be put in place. So there is often a significant time gap between when an item is before council for redistricting and when there is a physical occupied building on the ground.
Okay, thank you. So I think we had talked about how they're limiting the building to 48%, including the garage. Does this at all help with the drainage issue that's had been mentioned with this type of housing?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, that was the intent of the reduction. That remains to be seen. That emerged out of a conversation around the percentages having an issue within the proposed RS district, where the limit of the percent for the principal dwelling, if done to its maximum threshold, would not allow for the construction of a garage and keep it under the maximum percentage threshold for all development combined. So it was a change made at the request of administration. However, we cannot, confirm that would resolve the prospective drainage issues.
Okay, so short answer is yes, but subject to confirmation, right? I'll just ask maybe one or two more questions. I think one of the issues we had also mentioned was diversity in housing, a concern of all future housing being limited to this particular housing type. And I believe the applicants had talked about their zero lot lines being 3.3% of all their build out. So do you think this addresses the housing diversity issue we had mentioned?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, the issue of housing diversity was raised during the RS district application process, and that was at issue because that was a conventional land use district. This being a direct control, it is site specific and introduces it only to the area identified within the South Fort Meadows neighborhood. That's why administration did not raise the housing diversity in this evening's presentation and focused on the challenges regarding the shared side yard between properties.
Right. Okay. And then my final question: the applicants talked about having a deposit, like withholding builders and realtors deposits. What are your thoughts on this?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, and I think I might take this opportunity to add what I would have included in response to Councillor Macon earlier. That is, I guess I would say, a great initiative if the developer would like to move forward with that, and would be a good way to disseminate some of that information. That does not address that information being disseminated in perpetuity to future owners of these homes. And similarly, including the comment to Councillor Macon, the land use bylaw is the city's document. And so it is not that this is being done at the development stage. That really is the mechanism that the city has to regulate development within its borders. So there is not a accountability mechanism to ensure that is in place for builders, or to hold the builders necessarily accountable to that for the city to do. That is something that would be within the developer's agreement and purview, but the city doesn't have those instruments to hold the builders or future realtors accountable the way that it does have the accountability point with the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're next.
Thank you. As I understand it, we have 3 housing developers building houses in Fort Saskatchewan, developing lots in residential lots of Fort Saskatchewan. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Thomas?
Through your worship, yes.
So we have Qualico, MLC, and Southfort. So thus far, MLC is not developing or proposing to develop any of the zero lot line, are they?
Your worship, within the South Point outline plan there, that did include DCA 13. So yes, they have developed.
So up to this point in time, we have been consistent in terms of saying that we don't believe the zero lot line product as it's currently been manifested is really what we want to see going forward. So it would suggest, to be consistent with what we've done with Qualico, that we would not support this bylaw at second reading. Is that a fair assessment?
Your worship, Councillor Harris, that's our position.
Okay, and so therefore then we would be treating all of our developers in like mind, but that does not mean that we can't have a continued discussion to find a definitive way to address in a consistent way how to address this type of product development in Fort Saskatchewan. Is that a fair assessment?
Your worship, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, whoops, sorry, I turned you off by mistake. Sorry. A couple quick questions. So the RS district that was recommended in the July report, will we ever see, and it was recommended to bring a conventional zoning forward in the July report, is it administration's thought process that we will ever see an RS zoning of some type that will actually lay out the foundation?
Your worship, I'll probably answer it the same way I did previously. I think we would want to see that certain issues are going to be addressed. Again, I think fundamentally, whether it's called zero lot line or urban character, it is a single detached house which by character has separation on all 4 sides, and typically that's achieved by having appropriate side yards between the houses and not a shared easement. So I think that there is opportunity to be creative, and I think there's opportunity to work with the development industry in this regard. I think through this whole process, we've learned a lot, and I know like I mentioned, I have talked to my colleagues in other municipalities, specifically in Edmonton, and zero lot lines were introduced in the 1980s, except the concept was much different. At that time, you were allowed to build, and the point of it was that you're able to make efficient use of the lot. So the house could be developed up to the side property line, but what you're essentially doing is taking one setback requirement and combining it with the other. So you still had either 2.4 or 3 meters between the houses, but you can use that space for storage or a patio or to park a vehicle. So there are, we can look at those types of ideas and moving forward. What's being proposed recently when they came back, and again, I did talk to my colleagues in Edmonton, and they were introduced about 12 years ago as a direct control. They call it a DC2 in Edmonton, which is like our DCA. But they didn't really get going. I think probably about 80 or 90% of the product like we're seeing before us today was really in maybe the last 5 or 6 years. So I think that we're going to start seeing, I think that we're going to start fully understanding maybe potentially what the impact is. But I do think that there is opportunity not to necessarily rule it out, but to work with the development industry to see how we could have something that is maybe a made in Fort Saskatchewan approach that could be an example for other communities.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question that I have for you, because we talk about drainage and side yard issues. So in a zero lot line, you can't have anything till you get to the back of the fence. But when you talk about drainage, I recall in a presentation that was made by administration when this was first being proposed, the conversation was, well, we have drainage issues in all sectors of all neighborhoods. So it didn't matter whether it was a 1.2 or 1.5. So can you refresh my memory on that? Because I mean, when we say it's a drainage issue, my question is about, is this only tied to this housing product?
I'll revert back to the process where maybe Mr. Auer would go first, and I'll go after if necessary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thomas, and to your worship, regarding the drainage challenges for this particular development concept, it is distinct from our other development patterns in that it is establishing the drainage easement within 1.5 meters. When we refer to 1.5 or 1.2 meters in terms of setback with other types of development, that is actually doubled. So it is functionally 3 meters or 2.4 meters to address the drainage grading. Whereas here, if we were to look at that the same way, it would be 75 centimeters to that center between building separation. So that is part of what introduces a extra challenge around drainage with these sites. And in the presentation, it was referenced that the City of Edmonton's engineers looked at that 1.5 meters as being the appropriate separation. That separation is actually required by building code, and Edmonton itself wouldn't be able to go less than that, and they require roof leaders and a tie-in to their stormwater management system. So that may have been where they were able to view that 1.5 separation differently.
Okay, but the question that I had was, is this really any different than any other neighborhood?
And to your worship, that's sort of say, yes, this development pattern is different. I can't speak to the neighborhood of South Fort meadows. Sorry, can I ask that you clarify? Are you referring to the development type or
No, the
neighborhood?
drainage issues, because administration had said in a previous presentation that there's drainage issues. Doesn't matter whether you're in the States, West Park, Pineview, any of those. There's drainage issues everywhere. So that's my question: is this for drainage really that much different than any other neighborhood?
And to your worship, that's where I would reiterate that yes, it is different because it functionally has half of the separation, and you're dealing with grading over a shorter span. So
Okay.
yes, it is different.
I'll make comments when we're into discussion and debate. Councillor Noyan?
Yeah, just on this topic and what Councillor Abatoye was talking about with coverage as well. Is there, for zero lot lines, is there a specific slope that is preferred by planning and development for zero lot lines? I would assume most of these are back to front drainage. Am I correct in saying that? And can you maybe explain why there would be a preferred slope, if there is one, or is it a split slope front to back, or no preferred?
Through your worship, that is, it is part of the review process. Typically, you would have kind of a split drainage where if you have a lane, you've got half of the lot, or, you know, there's a portion of the lot that's going to be the highest, say at the middle, and that's going to, you know, on one side it drains to the back of the lot, and on the other side it drains forward, but it would go around the side yards.
Both ways.
Correct.
Then is best for this product. Okay.
Okay, thank you. That appears to be the final questions for the public hearing. So what I'll do is I will close the public hearing at 5:55, and we'll go into business arising from the public hearing. So go ahead, Mr. Auer.
Thank you. So as mentioned in the report before council, administration's recommendation is that council defeat second reading of bylaw C13-22 to amend the land use bylaw C23-20 by adding direct control administration district DCA 20 street oriented small lot residential district.
Okay, thank you. So there's two motions, but that is a different recommendation. So council, what is your preference? So would somebody like to put a motion on? Go ahead, Councillor Harris.
That given, it would then be consistent with a member of council to put second reading on the floor for this bylaw. Then we can debate the merits of that, and according to what administration has recommended, we would then move to defeat second reading, and then we ultimately create a situation where there needs to be another application. Is that my understanding?
That is.
Okay, on that basis, I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C13-22 to amend land use bylaw by adding direct control administration district DCA-20 street oriented small lot residential district.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
You know, it's unfortunate that we have to handle it in this manner, and I certainly appreciate the development community's concerns in terms of trying to find an appropriate mix of offerings to our residential customers. I think in this context we're not there yet. We've had a limited exposure to it, and it's had problems. It's been problematic. So on that basis, I have put the motion forward to get the things rolling, but I will probably vote against the bylaw. So that second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. Lots of questions. The issue for me is there's two significant issues on this particular product that don't go away over the long term. The drainage issue, there's been lots of questions trying to deflect the question or deflect the issue or suggest that it's pandemic to the community, and it's not. Administration rightfully said the drainage depends upon an appropriate amount of space between the buildings. And why does it depend on that? I've landscaped 3 yards from scratch. The big thing to remember always is water flows downhill. In 1.5 meters, you do not have enough space to create a proper swale between the properties to move the water away from the property foundations. Furthermore, in 1.5 meters zero lot line development, that entire area of 1.5 meters between the buildings has been disturbed in the construction process. So it is subject to settling over the long term. If you hold water close to your foundation, it's not if your foundation will leak, it is when. All concrete in Alberta cracks. Not possible to pour it and have it last so that it doesn't crack. Once it cracks, if you've got water, you have a leaky basement. I encourage all of council to go home tonight and check their own personal homeowners insurance policies. In response to the disasters that Alberta faced over the last decade or so, all homeowner insurance policies severely limit and or remove coverage for water damage to a basement. You can add a rider to put it on, but it's very expensive. And without it, your newly finished or nicely finished basement will be repaired once it leaks at your own expense. That is a problem that never goes away and in fact increases with age. The correction is space between the properties so the job can be done right the first time. The fence. I think it was, I wanted to make the comment, but I think it was Mr. Auer that appropriately recognized the gate will become a fence as soon as there's a padlock put on it. And the padlock will happen the first time there's a loud party next door that annoys the sleep of the next door neighbors or something similar. Neighbor fights, feuds, arguments happen on a regular basis. It's part of human interaction. Furthermore, like I said earlier, most homes in Fort Saskatchewan either have children or have pets. They need to be enclosed. Most homeowners want to have a fence. It delineates my property line, it gives me privacy, and it secures my possessions, be it children, pets, or maybe some lawn furniture. Don't know, doesn't matter. Most homes want a fence. Straight and simple. The difference in price, $10,000. I don't think $10,000 is an issue when we're talking a $400,000 home. If affordability is truly the concern of council, and I'm not suggesting in this particular case that it should be, but if the ultimate goal of council is affordability, then we should be talking something like the town of Gibbons has, or the village of Gibbons, town of Gibbons has, where you land lease, so that you never have to pay for the lot and your home becomes much more affordable. We don't have that, I think, for obvious good reason. I've heard reference to our neighbors and fellow communities in the Edmonton metro region. I truly appreciate the comment by administration that we want a made for Fort Saskatchewan solution. There's lots of ways to look at a zero lot line, and the current proposal before us isn't there. All communities around the Edmonton metro region, and in fact, all communities, we all do things different. We have different council members, we have different citizens, we have different perceived community needs. I can look at the websites of, and more importantly, the financial records of our various neighbors and point out several things that would indicate that perhaps we ought not to follow their lead. And we ought to stick to our guns here, but state what we as a council see as the vision for Fort Saskatchewan for the next 40 or 50 years, and let's try to develop a product that others will want to copy. I like the separation between the buildings. I don't think 10,000, I repeat myself, that a $10,000 price tag differential is too much to pay to have that luxury, to have that, and I hesitate to even call it a luxury, I'm going to suggest a basic necessity of home ownership. Perhaps, as was suggested, we could take a zero lot line and have 2.4 meters on the other side so that in fact there's lots of space. I'm prepared to look at that down the road, but we're not there yet. We can get to 2.4 by developing along the parameters as outlined by Qualico today, which I kind of liked. Never been a fan of zero lot line. I'll remind council that the council of 2013 to 17, in fact, voted against zero lot line. The council of 17 to last fall struggled with the concept and improved zero lot line for 117 trial lots. And I agree with administration. The time frame is too short to weigh out the trial. And I also understand from administration that when we talk to our peers in the area, while zero lot line, the concept seems to be universal, it's also got universal problems. Can they be avoided? I don't think so. The drainage is never going to be solved unless you do it properly from the start. That takes space. So as much as I appreciate South Fort Development's efforts on this, and I do appreciate the other proposals that South Fort had in front of council this afternoon, great proposals, each and every one of them. I'm stumbling on this one. I think the correct zero lot line going forward from Fort Saskatchewan's perspective isn't zero lot line, but a minimum setback of 1.2 meters. It gets you away from the fire, extra cost for fire building for fire resistance, and allows a single standalone property home to be used the way all of us perceive it should be able to be used. That's with a fence to protect your family or your pets, and you get to decide what goes in your backyard, and you don't have a leaky basement that will cost a lot of money in the future. I would just add one more comment. I did have family members visit recently. I have one family member, daughter and family with a connection to the real estate industry that lives in Vancouver, and another family member, a daughter who comes from Chicago, again connected to the real estate industry. Both of them profess to be unaware of any zero lot line development being done in their communities. And I include Vancouver in that. A high density area, but they're looking at other ways to do it rather than zero lot line. They get a lot of rain. They understand the concept of requiring and needing proper drainage. We do on occasion as well. And we're going to regret it if we forget that going forward. Those are my comments, and it should be obvious. Unfortunately, I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon, you're next.
Thank you. So I have a few comments. Definitely have supported zero lot line in the past. A comment was made that, you know, to be consistent with how we have voted with different developer applications on this, but I think that in this situation that they've brought forward some ideas to help with the challenges. They've increased the permeable area, which is a positive thing. I do think that drainage issues can be addressed at the start and through the developer. And I think it's unfortunate to stop it in its tracks. And some people are saying it's too soon, but I think the developers have been trying this for years, and we're talking about a made in Fort Saskatchewan solution, but I'm not hearing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not hearing what the solution is, or anyone from administration bringing forward our made in Fort Saskatchewan solution or ideas at all on that front. So for the developer to come forward with things like the deposit return, increased permeable area, I think that that's them really trying hard to come up with some solutions. To think that the developer needs to come up with a solution to the education piece in perpetuity is also not possible. they've come up with a solution that takes them to the end of where they let go of the property. But again, if we're talking about a Made in Fort Saskatchewan solution, then we need to figure out how we continue that education piece. I do like this product. I think it can work in Fort Saskatchewan if we can work with developers to come up with the solution. So I like the ideas that have come forward on this application. I could support it for sure. So I'm going to wait and see the other comments that have come forward on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So one of the reasons I voted against the RS districts was because I actually didn't think that the zero lot lines should become a conventional housing type. But I believe that the request should come on an individual basis, and that we should review each application based on its merits. And I'm taking the words from Craig's mouth because he said that today. So for this specific application, I see some positive things. I know in the past I've always voted against zero lot lines. So the drainage issue, I think that so administration had proposed, making the buildings smaller to be able to address the drainage issue. And I asked TJ about, does this actually address the drainage issue? But he was like, we don't know yet until we actually try it. And the issue with the easement, I also think that the applicant has also come up with a creative way to figure it out. Again, until we try it, we do not know. It's been proven based on the occupancy rates of the zero lot lines that have been built out that there is demand for this housing type. And while we shouldn't just approve housing types based on just on demand, something that's, again, Mr. Craig had said was that we do things for the overall greater public interest. And so if there is demand for this housing type and this particular applicant has built out all the zero lot lines that they had been assigned and it's actually been fully occupied, I think that there is merit to allowing them build some more to address this demand. And I also think that because we don't know, right? So there's been proposals for the building to be smaller and whatnot. We don't know until we actually try it, and then for future applications, we can really figure out and say, okay, maybe this is the solution that we need. Because, like Councillor Meakin said, we're saying yes, these are the issues, but we don't know what the solution is. So I see this application as the pilot to really see if this is what we need to do going forward when it comes to zero lot line properties. And so for me, for this 32 lots that's been applied for, I don't think it's too much. As the applicant has said, it's 3.3% of this specific area. We see a lot of housing diversity in this place. I reluctantly would approve this, will support this application because obviously a comment that's been made is that the deposit doesn't really address the issue to perpetuity, which I agree, but it does, resolve the issue for now. And so I'll be willing to take the risk to approve this application. And hopefully in 2 years, we can actually compare this 32 lots with what has already been built and see if this is the solution we actually need in Fort Saskatchewan. And so that'll be my comments. I will support this application. I think that it is worth trying out and seeing in 2 years and reviewing it and saying if this is what we need in this community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. Oops, sorry. So my comments on this, and I keep driving home back to the July report, and I realize over time there's been questions about should we or shouldn't we. And then the July report came out and it said, well, if we create an RS, urban character zoning, that is our maiden Fort Saskatchewan. But our administration didn't do that. Actually, the development community did. So I don't know whether it was actually built for Fort Saskatchewan or it was a generic one, but it was a recommendation. I agree. The drainage. Institutional knowledge, when you've worked for the city and been with the city as long as I have, I used to get phone calls from people in South Fort Estates with the huge, massive lot saying my neighbors are having drainage come onto my property, and some of them actually moved because they just couldn't seem to fix their drainage issues. I live in West Park. I've got 1.5, my neighbor's got 1.5, and on the other side of me we have 20 feet to our fence and then another 1.5 to our neighbor. We have lots of drainage problems because we both bought fences built. We built a fence and then we both put in concrete sidewalks on the one side of us. And then on the other side of us, our neighbor put in a concrete sidewalk against the fence, and then they put their pipe down and it drains into our garden and almost floods us out every year. Do I complain to them? No, I don't, because I believe in being a good neighbor and I love my neighbors and I would never want them to move. But it's something that's, we can't say it's only as a result of zero lot lines. If we didn't have problems through this winter, there may never be a problem because we had more snow, more ice build up, and so I don't buy the drainage as a concern. When we talk about the 1.2 and 1.2 side yard meter setbacks, and I didn't want to mention this before, when I drove around into a couple of the other subdivisions that have actually gone with the 1.2s, they have window wells on the sides. So if you think they have free and clear access to their backyards, they don't. And I paid very close attention in one neighborhood that there was a window well on both sides of a house, and each house had that. So that just created, would possibly create more issues. When it comes to the cost of this, to me, that's what the market will bear. If people want to spend $10,000 more and buy a house that's got the 1.2 and be in a different neighborhood, that's their choice. If they don't have the $10,000, but they want to get into home ownership, that's their choice. So to me, this isn't about snow removal. It's not about garbage collection. It's not even about drainage. That's relevant in all of them. This is about providing a product that people can move into, a house to call home. And sometimes I'm ashamed of us when we talk about people who live in different types of homes. Growing up, my first home when I was born was a trailer. I was probably called trailer trash back then. Then we moved into a townhouse. And then we moved out into a farm with a four-room house, So I have the luxury of being in a really nice house in West Park right now, but it took us time to get to that. So I don't like putting obstacles up for people who want to get into home ownership. We built 28 Habitat homes so people could have a place to call home. Their children could have a place to bring their friends to. This isn't about supporting the development community. This is about supporting people who want to buy homes in our community. And that's basically where I leave it, because I don't see the justification. And I did have to go back and look at the video several times from back in July, which really confused me. So if it confused me, I'm sure it confused a lot of other people as well. So that's why I've been supporting this. This is about creating houses for people to call home, and I don't want to judge them if that's the kind of home that they want to live in. So I'll leave my rant with that. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
My apologies. I accidentally clicked on the video button. Just like to follow up with some of the comments that were made. The extra sizing for the backyard will help with soil percolation, which will help dispose of surface water, but it won't help much. South Fort area, Fort Saskatchewan, and for the most part, West Park, is built on clay. That clay is right underneath the topsoil. It was moved back onto your lot after your house was built as part of the landscaping process. So the topsoil on any lot is no more than 2 or 3 inches deep. Underneath that is clay. It doesn't absorb water. It does, but it's extremely slow. It evaporates way faster than the clay absorbs it. So will that larger lot backyard help with the water issues? I don't think it will help in a measurable way. And again, I trust me, I grew up on a farm. I've landscaped. It's just an issue. Drainage is an issue, absolutely, Mayor Catcher. If you don't do it right the first time, it's an issue. The Zero Lot Line product also have sidewalks that they want at their backyard connecting their house, their back door with their garage. They also want to have, in some cases, hot tub pads or pads to put their patio furniture on. All of those problems exacerbate water. But when you have a much smaller lot, the problem is magnified. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Made in Fort Saskatchewan solution. Well, I got one. Our minimum lot size is going to be 1.2 meters to a property setback. That's our Made in Fort Saskatchewan solution. And mark my words, a few years out, you're going to see other communities revert back to that because there's going to be problems that arise. Do we affect the affordability? For a very, very, very few, and it's not significant in any way, shape, or form. Other non-market issues within our economy affect affordability far, far more. That will be policies of the federal government relating to the amount of down payment you need, the stress test that you must meet to qualify for a CMHC-approved mortgage. Those things affect affordability far more significantly than this $10,000 will. The property title and who should be made aware of the restrictions and how do we do that for this type of property? It is a concern. We've seen that. We already have seen that. It's a concern in other communities. It's a documented concern. That doesn't go away unless we build at least 1.2 meter setbacks. Then all of this discussion, all of this concern goes away. That's the point that's obvious. And we don't need to gnash our teeth and wring our hands over it. The problems all go away with very nominal cost increase. And long-term, by long-term, I mean the lifespan of the house benefits. It's not a granite countertop that will wear out in 10 to 15 years or go out of style. The extra footprint for your lot lasts through multiple owners and multiple generations. It's an absolute improvement to your property. Is it worth the $10,000? I suppose maybe to some it is not, but trust me, having owned multiple homes in town, it absolutely is worth the increased investment. No question at all in my mind, worth the investment. So our Made in Fort Saskatchewan solution, I have it already. We don't need to have this continual gnashing of a set of teeth. The people I talk to in my peer group within Fort Saskatchewan, I've not heard of one person that's in favor of smaller lots for the community. Now, I did get to know, and I appreciate the owners some of the owners along Meadowview Drive, and they were very, very proud and rightfully proud of their property. Absolutely. But they did have some drainage issues, some of them for sure. Were those removed? Well, perhaps for now. Perhaps those drainage issues get worse as time goes on. Like I said, all of the land between those houses has been disturbed, and it is subject to settling because there is no compaction test and there is no compaction necessary when those properties are backfilled. The clay is put in lumps, and over time those lumps will break down and form a solid uniform surface or subsurface again, and the voids will show themselves as depressions in the topsoil, which will affect the water flow. Guaranteed. So I with respect to Andrew and the great work he did, I appreciate it. you, but I cannot support it. I side with administration on this. It is too early, and we're going to come up with a better solution going forward. Thank you.
Got Councillor Macon and then Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you. I just had one other thing that I wanted to mention that I forgot in my first round, and then a couple comments in response. So one of the things that was talked about the last time, or in the last few times that we've talked about zero lot lines, that I heard from a few members of council was that they supported it, but the idea of it being like a full district where it can go anywhere and street after street was something that they didn't support. And when we've talked about the land development and in the annexed areas and things, we talked about this hugely diverse neighborhoods, really beautifully designed. And when I saw the plan today for that neighborhood, it really made me smile, because that's exactly what I was looking for, a neighborhood that has a state lot to zero lot line. You got the multi-tenant units and just everything in between. And that's really what I thought that we were aiming for. So to see that well-planned neighborhood like that with such a diverse range, I thought was just fantastic. And then the idea that we could have these one-off streets with zero lot line and have that ability to have that product in Fort Saskatchewan, I thought was really great. And so I thought that being brought forward as part of a bigger picture of a diverse neighborhood was really great and something that I could support. A comment on the affordability of the product and whether $10,000 makes a difference. It makes me think of a good friend of mine who struggled for years to get into home ownership. And I remember one time she was so excited that their family had finally done it, and then it was a matter of probably about $10,000 that actually stopped them from being able to get into the market at that time, and they had to wait another year. So I do think that it is a huge impact for some people. And then I would disagree that there are people in this community that are not in favor of small lots. When we have a developer who says they built 37 that are occupied with one more being built, I don't think that speaks to people not wanting small lots. I think that that's a clear sign that it is something that people do seek out and are happy with their purchase, as it would seem from the responses we got before. So those are my final comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. I try to keep my comments down to about a half an hour here. So I'm gonna be very, very short, I think, with my comments. I do appreciate the dialogue that we've all had here today, and I will commend Mr. Usnick for his presentation and for giving us an overall picture of this area in general and how it could tie together. I think you've painted a great image of what it could look like, and you've broken it down to give us numbers. So I just want to revert back to your presentation, your knowledge, and also your passion for different product types, because I think that does allow everyone on our end to make good decisions with the most knowledge possible. So I do have certainly concerns about this housing product, and I just want to use an analogy about some of my experience of products very similar to these, and that's in the long run what people tend to do, whether we not want to discuss drainage grade, soil composition, and so forth, but what ends up happening is that younger people or people who like to have a yard, like to be active and use it for something, they end up altering what any surface and subsurface composition is in these yards, and that to me is quite concerning, especially in a yard of this very small scale. So being able to maintain grade for an extended period of time, whether that's beyond 2 years, is a big question in my mind, and the viability of lot grading in this entire section under discussion then becomes an issue, and that could be a very long-term issue. But I will say that there are some clearly some advantages of this housing type. I do believe that it is a preferred product on the market because of its price point and the fact that it is a single family home on its own lot, with either what you believe to be space or feel that it is the space necessary to accommodate your needs, and for that reason I can see why the developer is encouraging this as well. But once again, I'll say that there are a lot of array of product types in this area, and so that is appreciated that we're going in a direction that creates diversified neighborhoods. I guess at this point in time, however, I don't think I'm going to be supporting the motion as it stands. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Do I like zero lot line? Absolutely not. I voted against it 5-6 years ago when I was on a previous council and it came forward. Didn't like the idea at all. I see more issues. I know today we're talking about drainage. I see a lot more issues than just drainage. The parking, front and back. You know, when you have the alleys and there's not room to park behind the garage. And I've seen it. I've driven by these neighborhoods. They park across. Snow removal, because now they've parked front and back. Where are you even going to put the snow? That's an issue. But when we looked at it a few weeks ago, and we talked about it, I think as part of the RS district, RC, whatever it was, I did say I like the idea of a trial. We have two developed areas. I think one doesn't have any developed, or maybe one or two places. And I do like the idea of possibly maybe another street, especially if this developer doesn't have any of these. To try it out, but I will give warning that this is limited. Don't come forward in a few months and ask for another one, because I think I would want to see this now totally build out and see the results, because I do predict some issues. Having said that, there's issues in parking when it's duplexes, when it's just other narrow but two-sided lots. So it's not going to be the only one that has it. And I do have one question. I don't know which one we could answer. But if I wanted to go out right now, we keep talking about having a diversity of products. So I want to build a house. I don't, but I do. If I want to build a house and I said, but I want a 50-foot lot, 60-foot lot, is there one for me? Do we even have that? Or is the estates fully built out and I can't find a bigger lot for the bigger house I'd like?
Through your worships, Councillor Blizzard, so your specific question is, would you be able to buy a lot?
Can I go to a builder right now, maybe talk to a developer, whoever, and ask for a bigger lot? Because what I'm seeing when I look at all these things coming forward is tiny, tiny, tiny. And I get we need high density, but I also think diversity of product includes the option to, if I want to build a house. And there was someone that emailed a letter that said they were looking for that and couldn't even find one. Can I build a house? Is there a 50-foot lot I can build a house on right now?
So through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, and it was brought up in the presentation during questions. Typically, you don't have maximums within the districts for lot widths, so it is possible.
Well, it's possible, but maybe the developer, I don't know if they're still on there, do they have a lot for me is what I'm asking. Of course, I can go to a builder and he'll say, well, we'd have to put that forward in 5 years. We may have one for you in 2 years or 3. Are there lots available now that someone could get a house built on that you know of?
And through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I think that part of your question would better be answered by the developer.
Are they still on? Could he be allowed to come back on?
Does anybody have any objection if I invite Mr. Usnick to answer that question? If not, Mr. Usnick, if you can answer her question, then we'll get you off again, since administration can't.
Keep coming back. Yes, as I mentioned in my presentation, approximately 50% of our community is triple car garage product, which is 50 feet wide. So respectfully, I think that premise is incorrect, because we have built 7 stages of R1 product in the last 8 years. And as I also mentioned, along with Zero Lot Line, it is our best-selling product within our community. So whoever is saying it's not available is obviously not looking in South Fort Meadows.
Okay, so there is some. Good, that's all I wanted to know. So again, I will support this, I think, for I will not be rubber stamping any future Zero Lot Line. I think this needs a lot of more attention, but I think a lot of work has gone on this. I hate to stop development because I think there are people looking for houses. The housing market is going up, sales are going up, there's a crunch, and I'd like to make sure that people can buy something if they'd like to get in the market. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Kelly and then Councillor Abatoye, and then I think we'll wrap this second reading up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize for the length of time here. I had a question that I omitted or neglected to ask at least two times when I spoke, a question for administration. It's based on a comment that I think I heard them say today. 1.2 meter setback and the smaller, in other words, the ZLL typical housing pocket on a 1.2 meter setback is something new to Fort Saskatchewan, or do we have that already?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the 1.2 meter side yard setback on both sides and a 20-foot building pocket, which is the 8.5 meter lot discussed earlier, is new to Fort Saskatchewan. Previous development for the urban character lots was done on 7.6 meter lots with the zero side yard on one side and 1.5 on the other. Our RC district allows for a 9.1 meter minimum lot width for single detached houses, which is a 22-foot building pocket.
So, comprehensive answer, thank you. But the short of it is that if the Qualico experiment, 1.2 meter setback, smaller pocket, so that we're meeting affordability and getting rid of hopefully some of the issues regarding drainage and the other things that come with the ZLL product, that's new to Fort Saskatchewan, and in fact might prove to be very popular. And it could be, in fact, and this isn't a question, this is a statement, TJ, could in fact be our made in Fort Saskatchewan solution because we've not seen it before. And that's worth remembering, Council, that this is, the Qualico approach is something new and is novel, and I forecast it to be extremely popular because it does away with the issues that we've spent hours now discussing. And Mayor Katcher, that will be all for myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Harris to close.
So I just wanted to be clear with my initial comments. So I believe this proposal is different from the original proposal, the original zero lot lines that was approved in 2019. And I would like to see the difference in 2 years. And like Councillor Kelly just said, you know, the Qualico one it might be the made in Fort Saskatchewan housing choice we want, but this also gives us a different type of housing in terms of, is it going to be able to deal with the drainage issues we talked about, and that's really why I'm supporting this, to see if you know, this is what we need. Also, the applicant has also shown that that they have a great range of housing diversity, you know, and obviously we've talked about the demand, and so for this reason, especially because I want to be able to see in 2 years how these houses have done, that's why I'm supporting this. Although I said reluctantly, but I'd like to see the difference in 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Harris on close.
There's nothing more to say. Vote the way you want to vote. Jesus.
Motion for second reading is now closed. Please cast your vote. Did it come up for anybody? Pardon? Okay, mine never came up, Jennifer.
Can you use your cards, please?
Oh, just a second, I can't see. Okay,
What
so
are we voting for? I don't have a card, Mayor Catcher,
this
so
is
do I
for,
raise my hand for and against or what?
okay, this is for second reading. I don't know if you're, okay, it's the,
Count my vote as a no, a nay, thank you.
okay, thank you. So we have 4 in favor, 3 opposed. All right, thank you. So that motion is carried. Did you wish to put on the second, third reading, Councillor Harris?
Not for my life when I put this on the floor. Why don't one of you wonderful ladies that supports this do it, for God's sake?
Councillor Blizzard, would you like to put the motion on for third?
What's that? There we go. That council give third reading to bylaw C 13-22 to amend land use bylaw C 23-20 by adding direct control administration district C DCA-20 street oriented small lot residential district.
Thank you. Do you have anything to speak in favor?
No.
Is there any further discussion and debate? Not see.
Maybe come up with something.
No.
We haven't spent enough.
Okay, and nothing on close. Okay, the motion is now closed. Use your cards. Councillor Kelly, I'm just going to have you say yours verbally, please.
Against.
Okay, thank you. So that is carried 4-3. So the time is 6:40. I've been asked for a break. I know people are hungry and they need a comfort break. So 6:55, 15 minutes, we're going to take a break, okay? So for anybody who's on virtual, 6:55, be on time. Thank you. Okay, at 6:55, Councillor Kelly, I'll ask you to put your video back on so that I can make sure you're there. And then, thank you. Then we'll get started. So the next item is new business, city-owned lands. Mark Morrissey presenting. Welcome, Mark. Haven't seen you in 22 months.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is nice to be presenting in person for the first time in almost 2 years. So, my name is Mark Morrissey. I'm the Director of Economic Development here. Information to Council on a potential land sale. So the lands in question are shown here in red. They are 4.89 acres along Veterans Way corridor. They were acquired by the city in 1991 and are literally just leftover remnant lots that have sat unneeded and unused for quite some time. Surrounding them is about 1.63 acres of old road right-of-way shown in blue, and combined these sites or these parcels are about 6.5 acres plus or minus. So again, the city acquired these lots in 1991. We have no current plans for them or any current needs for them. So the suggestion of administration is to put these lands up for sale. We have had some interest from the development community. So just a bit of background, the area structure plan for this area identifies these sites as a mixture of medium residential development and future commercial. And again, the city has no plans to bring these lots up into development on our own. So essentially what we are looking for Council is a authorization to list the lands for sale at market value, and the market value will be determined by a real estate professional at a later date. There's a bit of work that the city needs to undertake to actually understand the full value of these lands and the full development potential. These next steps include a closure of the road a portion of the road right away that was shown in blue, and then subdivide that off, close it, and then consolidate it with the lands to make a larger parcel. In understanding what the value of the lands are in their current form, there's a number of issues and uncertainty that goes there that would be reflected in what we would expect to receive as an offer price. So with a little bit of work in terms of consolidating with the road right-of-way, looking at high-level servicing plans, access plans, we can remove some or at least reduce that uncertainty, again, which would be expect to impact the value of the lands, not only to the city, but to a potential developer as well. And through reducing that uncertainty, we could expect the value to increase, and then we would list these lands publicly for sale through a real estate professional, and then of course, hopefully they would develop. That concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to provide or answer any questions Council may have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
So looking at this property, obviously it has value. It is essentially commercial potential. Fair assessment?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Harris, correct.
Would you envision that that there needs to be vehicular access off of the highway into this, call it one conglomerated site at some point?
Your worship to Councillor Harris, for the site as itself as a whole, including adjacent privately owned properties, that's difficult to say. It would depend on the nature of the development on the other properties. From a development perspective on the highway lots that we own, I would think direct highway access would be a significant value to that lot.
Yeah, okay. No, I was just curious. I look at that because I see it in a larger development context, because obviously there's land, there's a large development site which was farm at one time and storage and whatever the family used it for. And then another large piece that was the driving range at one time. So I guess from that standpoint, do you see it all tying together, or are we just going to treat these as just two discrete parcels? We'll see what they're worth.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, it's difficult to say at this point. We're not aware of any plans from the adjacent landowners in terms of what their plans would be and how it would tie in. Some may just want to sell and move on. Others may actually want to develop. So it's difficult for me to answer that question at this time.
So you see it as an evolving situation?
Through your worship, that would be correct. Ideally, it would develop into a larger commercial site similar to Cornerstone or those adjacent to it, but at this time it would be difficult to provide any guidance.
So ultimately, this is the first step in a longer process. Okay, thanks.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Mark, if you could, and if not, maybe Troy, what typically happens, or what is the treatment by the city of proceeds received on the sale of land? Do they go into a reserve, and if so, what reserve?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, my understanding is the proceeds of sale would go to the land reserve or land purchase reserve. Mr. Fleming can correct me if I'm wrong.
And would it make sense to evaluate, and assuming this sells, of course, our land needs and maybe look to replace it in the medium term with something that meets our goals as a community?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, that could be something that's included in the land administration strategy that is currently under development.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Information. Would you agree that price per acre of this parcel would be the same, the exact same as across the highway from the land that we discussed, or do you see that they have different values for a reason?
Your worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, it's difficult to say. These parcels are quite small. So what a potential developer could put on them is going to be quite different from what they could put on a larger site. So that will factor into their return on investment calculations. So if they could put a large box store like a grocery store, that may actually be favorable for them, and that could value the lands at a higher amount. Whereas if they're quite small and constraints are that they can only put small CRUs or strip centers there, then that might actually be of less value to them. So it's difficult to answer at this time given the unknowns that we have.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. And then, so hypothetically, if we had an offer to purchase this land in conjunction with the land on the other side of the highway, would that be preferred from a city standpoint in any capacity? And also further to that, could that be looked at as a conflict if there were multiple offers on this parcel and a developer said we want to do this kind of at the same time and package it all together?
Your worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, I don't think it would be any sort of conflict. The city obviously owns the land. We have the ability to list it. In terms of development with the adjoining parcels across the way, that could be a potential. I don't know if there's any direct benefit to the city from that perspective, but from a development perspective, that may make some sense. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that helps. I just kind of want to get a picture of how we envision this playing out, and we'll see what happens from here.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions at this point in time, so I would entertain a motion if somebody'd like to put one on. Councillor Macon. Oh.
Thank you. I'll make the motion that council direct administration to public parcels legally addressed as Lot 1, Plan 1156KS, and Lot 2, Plan 1156KS at market value to be determined by.
Can we actually have the motion in front of us on the screen?
Oh, I don't have an updated one in here, so I can read a different one if there's one on the screen.
Your worship and members of council, the motion was updated. We're just having a glitch with eScribe. So the revised motion that council direct administration to publicly list the city-owned parcels identified in the March 22nd, 2022 council report as Appendix A at the market rate.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak in favor of the motion?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it for any discussion and debate. Not seeing any. Anything on close?
I'm good.
You're
Thank
good?
you.
All right, the motion is now closed as read in by Ms. Moulter. Thank you. Please cast your vote. I think we're using our cards. Councillor Kelly, you're just going to have to say yours verbally.
I vote in favor.
Okay, thank you. I think that was everybody in favor. Okay, that was carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Morrissey. Okay, the next item we have is change in council meeting time. Ms. Moulter presenting.
Your Worship and members of council, tonight I'm making a presentation to request a time change to the April 12th, 2022 council meeting. The time change would be from 5 p.m. to 1 p.m. for the in-camera session and from 6 p.m. to 2 p.m. for the public session.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Moulter? Not seeing any. Would like a motion. Councillor, is it a question? It doesn't matter. Question or motion. Go ahead.
I do not have a question. I'm going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that council change the start time for the April 12, 2022 council meeting in camera session from 5 p.m. to 1 p.m. and start time for the public session.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak in favor?
Well, like today, it means that we'll probably be ending the meeting by 11 p.m. So it makes sense to move it to 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's open for discussion and debate. I guess the only question I have of Mr. Fleming as we're going forward, how are our agendas looking? Because they seem to be getting pretty jam-packed.
Yeah, through your worship, just in looking at it, our agendas, the length of them, it's hard to judge. Our agendas are actually fully populated right up until June as of right now. So certainly it's possible that these could be, they could be getting longer, and, we keep changing these one at a time, but I do wonder, for the sake of certainty, if council wants to discuss actually changing the, and I would recommend that somebody give notice, and then council could actually formally debate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anything else on discussion and debate? Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. To follow up on Mr. Fleming's comments. We've had that motion debated recently with a notice of motion 2 times, and roundly, I suggest roundly and significantly failed both times. So what, Mr. Fleming, would lead you to think that council would be prepared to change their mind at this juncture?
Through your worship, I really can't speak to the preferences of council and how a motion is going to be voted on. I just, it would actually be my recommendation at this point to move them to daytime meetings, but whether or not that actually happened is, of course, the choice of council.
You still have the floor.
Preference to move them to daytime meetings less than a year ago when there were 2 other motions on the subject in front of council?
Through your worship, I can't recall if administration was asked for their opinion before, to be totally honest with you. It's possible that's the first time that I've brought that up, but I thought I would stick my neck out here and maybe weigh in a little bit. So
okay, so he
you choose not to answer my question, or is that a yes?
Sorry, I'm through your worship, I'm serious. I don't think administration was asked for their opinion when this has come up before. So, because I think your question was, didn't administration recommend we change them before? And I don't think so, because I don't think we were asked. So,
with respect, Troy, my question was administration of the opinion that earlier council meetings made sense when this subject came before council the 2 prior times? Not whether you were asked, but whether you thought it made sense.
Yes, sorry, through your worship, Administration does, administratively, my recommendation would be to move them simply based on the trends of what we've been seeing with our council meeting agendas. But again, the final choice is obviously up to council. It is our recommendation to do so, though. That answers the question?
Well, Troy, I'm beating up on you a little bit unnecessarily. You also sense my small amount of frustration with this. There was nothing last spring and there was nothing last fall to suggest that our meeting agendas were going to be shorter. And yet the vote was 6-1 against and then 5-2 against. I don't see why we need to discuss it again anytime in the near future. Council made their decision and whether in a rather resounding way, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you for your comments. As indicated, council always has the opportunity whenever they choose to, if they do want to do a notice of motion. There may be an opportunity to change, but right now we're just talking about the April 12th. Councillor Abatoye, you put the motion on. Do you wish to close? Okay, so the motion is now closed to change the council meeting time for April 12th. Please cast your vote, and you do have to say yours verbally, Councillor Kelly.
Vote in favor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We can maybe get you a set of these for down where you're at. You can travel with them so we can see them. All right, thank you. So that is carried unanimously. The next item that we have is bylaw C14-22 to amend bylaw C2620, the estate's point connection local improvement levy, and this is for 3 readings. So welcome, Mr. Schaefer, and thank you for your patience. You've been here a long time.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I'm Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering, and I'm here today to present bylaw C1422 for 3 readings to amend bylaw C2620, which impose a local improvement tax to lands benefiting from the Estate Point-of-Pins Water Co-op Connection Project. A little bit of background. In early 2020, the Estates Point-of-Pins Water Co-op approached the city requesting a connection to city water mains as their existing connection had developed a leak. On July 7th, 2020, Council passed bylaw C2620, authorizing a local improvement tax in respect of all lands which benefit from the Estate Point-of-Pins Water Connection Project. The majority of the construction was complete in 2020, with the water turned on in the fall of 2020. Seasonal deficiencies, which included landscaping, were completed in 2021. With all costs accounted for, the actual cost of the project is $269,941, which is approximately $120,000 below the original estimated costs. This bylaw amends bylaw C2620 using the actual construction costs to establish the amount of the local improvement tax for each property. It reduces the upfront cost from $12,686 to $9,884 per property. Property owners will be sent notices advising them of the costs and given 30 days to pay all or a portion thereof. After 30 days, the outstanding balance will be debentured, with the balance plus interest being paid through property tax by the owners for 20 years. The city portion will be recouped in future years from development of the parcel south of Wilshire Boulevard. Administration is recommending that council give 3 readings to the bylaw, and I'm be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Looking at your Schedule A, this is a critical part of any of these types of bylaws. So a property owner will ultimately have then an annual cost that will be applied against their tax bill over a period of time. Any one of those property owners can come forward at any time and ask for a prepayment. Can they not?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, that's correct.
Good. And so then the city would calculate what the remaining balance of principal is and accrued interest at that point in time. So ultimately, this is, if they choose to take it out of this period of time, they can, but they can pay it off at any time.
Your Worship, that's correct, yes.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'm just inquiring into any engagement or notice that you were given or or an engagement with citizens prior to the annexation, and if that was made aware prior to annexation, that there would be this occurring in the subsequent years, very short or very soon after.
Your Worship of Councillor Nguyen, so this project came about actually as a result of the residents. They came forward to us asking for this. It wasn't our intent to do this project right away, but they came forward because they had an issue with their existing water lines.
And there were no concerns brought forward that would be pertinent to council at this point in time?
At the time, your worship, we sent out notices to all the residents about what we were planning to do, what the plan was, and how that would work forward, and there was nothing that was brought back to us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions. I would entertain a motion. Councillor Blizzard.
Oh. I make a motion that council give first reading to bylaw C14-22 for the purpose of amending local improvement bylaw C26-20.
Thank you. Would you like to speak in favor of the motion?
It's a necessary thing, so yep, I think we need to do this.
Thank you. Discussion and debate. Not seeing any, I'll close the motion using your cards. Please vote in favor or voice your vote. Oh, you have to. Okay, you would have to declare that before this. No, you would have to declare that before, because if so process-wise, if it was pecuniary interest and it had something to do with only you, then you would abstain. You would announce that before that this would happen. Then you would leave the room and then you would come back. But you didn't abstain before. And if I'm correct, Mr. Fleming, or parliamentary, this deals with all the residents, not individually, correct?
Yeah, through your worship, I don't think this would have a financial impact on you in any way. Is that, like, it's up to, it's, yeah. Yeah.
No.
So,
Right.
it's,
Okay, you're talking with your mic off, but your microphone is off.
so my recommendation, Councillor Nguyen, would be that you follow, that you vote on the matter. It's ultimately up to you to decide if something is pecuniary or not. But there are actually consequences in the Municipal Government Act if you abstain from a vote that you should be voting on. Pecuniary interest is actually a fairly narrow, it's fairly narrowly scoped out in the MGA. And so if you're not financially impacted by this, my observation would be that it's not a pecuniary matter and that you should probably follow through with the vote.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
Okay, we're good. So the motion is closed. We have that all straightened out. So once again, use your cards. And Councillor Kelly, please state yours verbally.
In favor, thank you.
Okay, that was, okay. When you put them up, hold them up for a moment. Okay, thank you. So that first reading was carried unanimously. Go ahead with second.
Excuse me, Your Worship. I believe eScribe is working now, so you should be able to use your vote.
Ah, awesome. Okay, we will try this again. Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard, with second.
Okay, I make a motion that council give second reading to bylaw C14-22 for the purpose of amending local improvement bylaw C26-20.
Thank you. Anything to speak in favor?
No.
Any further discussion and debate? Not seeing any, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And eScribe is apparently working now, so we'll see if it works.
Not working for me. I'm back out.
Through to Your Worship, yourself and Councillor Blizzard, I just need the vote.
But didn't pop up.
Vote in progress. Try it again.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, I've done it now.
Oh, request failed for me.
And mine says vote in progress. It keeps doing the same.
Mine failed.
So.
Thank you.
That is carried unanimously. You can proceed with asking for unanimous consent.
I'd like to make a motion that council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading of bylaw C14-22 for the purpose of amending local bylaw improvement bylaw C14-22.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote.
I don't know, but
If it didn't come up on your screen, use your card. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, and you can proceed with third.
I make a motion that council give third reading to bylaw C14-22 for the purpose of amending local improvement bylaw C26-20.
Thank you. I'm going to close the motion. Those, please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. Are there any notice of motions for this evening? Councillor Noyen, just a second, give me a second, go ahead.
Yes, I have a notice of motion. R308-21, which states pursuant to section 25.9 of meeting procedures bylaw C11-18 that the motion R287-21 made by Councillor Blizzard at the November 25th, 2021 regular council meeting, wherein the amount of $300,000 was added to the 2022 budget to provide for a study of the addition of a rink and pool to the new Dow Centennial Center, be amended by reducing the $300,000 to zero.
Okay, thank you. And Ledge Services has a copy of the motion. They do. Notice of motion. Thank you. Are there any other notice of motions? Are there any points of interest? Are there any councillor inquiries? Alrighty, thank you very much for this evening. I know it was a very long one, but at least we're getting out of here at 7:22. So I will declare the meeting is adjourned. Thank you and have a really good rest of the evening.